We got a lot to get through tonight. Hung Adia, hello. I think Sin was in the chat way long ago, but if you're here, hello. We got so much to get through. So much. Where is it? There it is. That's what we haven't loaded into yet. We got to get through airports, plazas and promenades, financial districts, hotels and retreats, and 3 map packs. And the map packs are beefy. It's 5 each for plazas and promenades and financial districts, 3 for airports. And what do they got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I think 10 and 10. 6, 8, 9, 10, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10. So yeah, there's a lot. So there's a lot. AC, hey, okay, we're rolling in. So much to get through. I should just start loading, right? We're gonna be here a while. F11, minimize. This is Meander in the background. We're already in remastered. I don't want to look away. That's an okay shot. That's not okay. We can pause that. We don't need to look at the traffic. Thanks, game. Okay, new game yet again, and we're on airports now. I was taking a break from the game at the time airports came out, and I've never given it a shot. So I'm pretty sure I've never done anything with the maps either. Okay, loading. I should load up like Can I shrink that down again? Can I make it like, can I do this and then open this up and then let's do thrice while we wait? Well, it's loading in the background, right? I mean, like, HUD was the first executive department signed into being by LBJ, Housing and Urban Development. What was the other one? I don't know, the FDA. MTV All-Star Sean Duffy. Cecilia Petrucci is Secretary of what cabinet? Transportation? Okay. Cabot cheese and soft serve called Creamies. Both come from what U.S. state? Vermont. Scoop of chocolate, scoop of vanilla, please. How long the loading screen took? I don't know. We can calculate though. We'll take like the average of 5 and then just multiply by the number of maps that we loaded, which will be 92 when this is all said and done. Because I think we loaded up everything, even oh no, we didn't load up right? Did we load Archipelago? I don't think we did. According to legend, Priam was the last king of what doomed city? I don't know, Atlantis? What is the doomed city? As once played by Eric Bana, Priam's son Hector was portrayed by Homer, chief badass of what city? I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, that's a gimme. Okay, we're loaded in the background. We'll be back for the Beatles. This is the first of the airport maps, and let's just look around. It's got a great surrounding, I will say. But where can we get to? Can we get where we need to get to? It doesn't let you go up into that flatland. We're off to a terrific start. I've also got a mosquito in my office, and I feel like that set the mood for me the wrong way out of the gate. Oh, Thrice is still on the stream. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you. My bad, my bad. Apparently, I have to manually hide the layer. The way I had it set up yesterday, I could just minimize. So it's so if I come around again, it's a nice surroundings. Like I like the map. I like the mountains. It's a very pretty map, and it's relatively flat, which I think is probably something you'd want with the airport maps. Still with this. Why? One of them is much more abrupt than the other as well. You can see the snap point is different. And then it's just like straight into a 90-degree turn. If we had more time, we'd take the donut truck off it, but... So this is the one that, let me show you where... Did the lines disappear again, or because I was in that camera? Okay. So like that's frustrating. That is so flat. And not only that, but like they put a big resource pocket right here. Like if you use that, you look like a maniac building like towards the side of the map. So I think this is an 81 tiles. I think this is a beautiful map, but it doesn't make any sense why you'd stop building. This is the first of the airport maps. So what is it called? Asanu Beach, if I'm saying that right. I'll throw that in 81 tiles right now. Because I think it is, if I minimize that, okay, if I minimize that, that works. It's because I wasn't full screen with it. So I would definitely give this one a shot on PC. It's a nice map. It needs some work on the highway, but like, it wouldn't make sense why you'd have a highway interchange right here and not build in these beautiful flatlands this side of the mountains. You know, like right there especially. Maybe not off to the left where it's a little hilly. Maybe I'm too used to like super dense northeast. I don't know. If some of you like live in the Midwest and like don't have a neighbor for miles, maybe you see something there. But I like, how do you upgrade a city to a metropolis? Responsibly, at least with the design. It's tough. So first airport beach down Hanami Bay, I'll go with. I don't know if I'm saying these right. Where did Murky Coast and Eden? I'll tell you in a minute. 1 second. Let me get the loading process started here, and we will have lots of time to pull up the chart and review where things landed yesterday. It was actually a good time to do that. So in the don't waste the load time category, and these are subjective. These are my opinion, of course. You're free to disagree. But Grand River from the base game, actually Sandy Beach from the base game as well. I literally didn't even load the archipelago because I detest the design of it. 25 tiles doesn't fix it. 81 tiles doesn't fix it. Prussian Peaks is just not well designed and had some really frustrating edge of map things going on, but at the same time was, I thought, so uninspiring. Similar to Park Life and Winfield. I'm sorry, Cavern Coast and Winfield from Park Life, as well as Marble Canyon from Industries. They're just like, there's so many better options. I don't know why you would choose these maps personally. Maybe you built something really cool on them and can prove me wrong, and that's totally fine. That's just where I would factor them in, and I would double check this list and not bother looking at them again. On the, we're still loading. We're about halfway there. We'll see in the background probably the little stripe at the bottom and top of your screen. There's a tiny little bit of the window peeking out. Playing with 81 tiles, Diamond Coast, Foggy Hills, Lagoon Shore from the base game, Winter Hills, Snowfall, Arid Plains from Mass Transit, Dust Bowl from Disasters, and Campus Meandering Bay, and now Asanu Beach from Airports. Now, the top 3 categories are basically how can you not build here. These are my favorites. Specifically, we're looking at this from a 25 tiles perspective for Remastered. That's why the 81 tiles category, like those maps would be great if you had more than 25 tiles. But the how can you not build here are my absolute favorites. In fact, I have built Let's Play seasons on 4 of them. Hanami Island, Wood Garden, Crater Falls was Greenwood, and Swamplands was Swampscott. So I highly recommend all those, and I fell in love with River Run, one of the base game maps, yesterday. We've got our strong contenders here, and the Your Mileage May Vary that we will come back to. I think both Murky and Eden landed somewhere in there, so you may have seen already if you read the screen. Okay, this is the second, is it Hanami Beach? We have radio off? We have radio off, okay. And let's buy all our tiles. I already don't like where that's cutting off to the north to give us all this water and not the space on the right. That's going to be maddening. This is another 81 tiles. I can tell already. I mean, like, could you fix it with trees? You could. You just have to condense the map, the 25 tiles, quite a bit. But what do we have? We've got a different trumpet interchange. That's nice. Still haven't figured out the slants at the end, though. It's like the landscape is beautiful. Like I like what they've done with the landscape. It's not a bad idea. Still using the defaults. So I give them props over there, and then they're still plopping in the default one and then not upgrading it at all. What do they give us over here? A giant rolling hump that you can't fix over there? Come on, like you would elevate the road all the way across to a uniform height. I would think. And there's like a different trumpet over there, but equally still like the slopes. So I just wouldn't want to see that stuff in the background. You know, I don't know. It's a nice map. I don't see where it ends in 25 tiles. I'm throwing it in 81 tiles also. The category's getting thick. Really enjoyed in cities revisited. Always a good time to catch up with cities. Absolutely. I mean, I guess it depends on how bad they were when you left them, but usually it's pretty good. Good to have you, Blake. Welcome. Decoy, I don't know if I said hello. And if I missed anybody, I apologize. I think I responded to David, but didn't say hello to David. Hello. We are in the last one of airports because it's a triple. No U port. Okay, loading and rating. So let's move this up to 81 tiles. I don't think it's a waste. I think they're beautiful maps so far, but you need more access to the map. So what about our two other categories? Well, I can tell you Eden Valley and Murky both landed in the Your Mileage May Vary category. And that is like, I see a very particular build working there and think it's a beautiful map, but feel constrained in a way where I think it limits my creativity. Whereas with some of these other maps, I could see a few different builds working. Again, I don't think it's a bad thing to be here. I think there's some great maps here. In fact, have I built on any of these for... I feel like Garden Rivers was my Green Cities map for Santa Rica. I think Adia reminded me of that yesterday because I forgot. Did I build on Mountain Meadows also? They're not bad maps, and I kind of want to build on Murky Coast, but like I feel like it's, again, constraining to a much smaller build. The strong contenders, which I would seriously consider looking at again for consideration for builds: Blackwoods, Green Plains, Shady Strain. Wait, didn't I've built on Green Plains before. I don't remember what it is now. I have it written down. Green Plains was what? Plainville was Green Plains. Okay. Shady Strands, Two Rivers from the base game. Snowy Coast and Icy Islands were both really good from Snowfall, but I think they automatically moved down a peg just because they're Snowfall, and it's just like getting flashbanged all day long, unless you play at night. If we get fires and empty maps, we'll know the code hates you. Well, maybe it only burns houses, right? Like, you got to move houses in to see the damage. Are we loaded? We're loaded. Last map of airports, right? Look at the interchanges are so inconsistent. It's wild to me. Like, there's 3 maps in this pack, and some of them have default interchanges, and then some of them have stuff like this. Pass the controls to the person doing this. I talked about this yesterday. Like, that's great. The only thing I would recommend is bringing up the dirt around it. You know, you would support this with land a little bit more rather than have it completely carved out like that. But like the actual shape of the roads, if you have to, I mean, it's better than what I would do. I don't know why I'm critiquing it. You know, like, I should shut up. But let's look over here, right? Like, that's a shame. Like, you can't build over here in this beautiful farmland, because why would you stop? Why wouldn't there be something else over there? Why wouldn't there be another farm over there, or a house up on the hill, or a gas station or exit along the highway? So I think I would just stay away from that altogether and build down here. These ridiculous curves coming in to the bridges, it's like they put the bridges in and then think about the highways later. Because why wouldn't you just move this intersection down here? Why are you abruptly modifying the... I mean, you're doing it over here, I guess, too, right? Like, why are there these arbitrary... The landscape is not asking for this. It's not asking for this awkward turn this way to take an awkward turn that way. Like, you could have just... Let's see. Like, right here, you want to go around this, that's fine, but you go around it once and you cut down like 3 trees and just go that way. You wouldn't awkwardly bend, like, there's nothing in the terrain telling you to bend the highway this way. So is it another beautiful map? Absolutely. Is it another 81 tiles? I think it is. This is, I can't tell you, like, I mean, I can't. Okay, so there's things that were under NDA. I'm like technically still bound by the NDA of the things that I knew. I'm no longer privy to said things since criticizing CS2. But I've been complaining since 2019 that they were ignoring 9 tiles. And then when they had all these maps for remastered and the packs were coming out, that they were ignoring 25 tiles. And I was reassured, like, oh no, it's great, it's great. Like, no, stuff is not on the map. It's still outside the 25 tiles. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense where you're drawing the line. Some maps are really good about it, and so far the trees have done remarkable heavy lifting when it comes to defining the edge of maps and what makes them good. And you think, like, yeah, sure, I could add my own trees, but not if there aren't trees elsewhere on the map. It could be really awkward. All right, where were we? That was another 81 tiles, which, as I discussed yesterday, is a tough category to be in, because if you have 81 tiles, you're on PC, and you have thousands and thousands of maps to choose from in the workshop. So, Phoenix, hey, what's going on? Wait, were people getting lag or just Kung? I don't follow. The map packs are all new to you? Well, that is the territory that we are entering. So there's 8 in this first pack. So we'll take a nice tour through these. I mean, I'll tell you a story while we're here and we're waiting. Map pack 3. I was like, okay, I want to find a good 25 tile map. Was it map pack 3? Are these not in order? Was it not Map Pack 3? It was not Map Pack 3, it was Map Pack 2. Still loading. Okay, so Map Pack 2 came out, and it was around the financial districts and plazas and promenades, and I wanted to do a city, and I loaded up all of these in 25,000. I already know that I was kind of disappointed by the edges of some of them. So Bay of Rivers through Mountain Plain, River Delta, River Plate, Table Mountains, and I was like, oh my God, there's just nothing here for me. I'm gonna have to go look at the other packs, and I loaded up the last one called Winding River, and that is Meander. You may notice from that ridiculous river going through there. Not to be confused with what we're about to load from this pack, which is Meandering River. Meander is based on Winding River. Okay. Good timing. Oh, wait a minute. Phoenix, did you see either the original or the replay of what happened at Meander and the theme park? Because it's one of the most remarkable fires I've ever had on my channel, and it happened just 2 nights ago. Let me, if anybody wants to see it and hasn't seen it, or just wants to see it again, let me know. This is the first of the map packs. Map pack number 1 I know is Sanctum Gamer. I'm gonna forget who map pack 2 is, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna bet 99% that map pack 3 is Teddy Radko. But if somebody could Google real quick. Wait, hold on. Hey Google, who made map pack number 2 for Cities Skylines? Sidai? Is it pronounced Sidai? S-I-D-A-I? Okay, that's map pack 2. Okay, so let's look here. I mean, this is some beautiful, beautiful farmland, right? And separated, like it's a very flat map. Let's take a look, because like this is the first map of the game that was designed by a completely outside source. Like, hey, creators, come do your thing. I think, honestly, Adia, I hate to say it, like I'm pretty sure I'm selling you 3 map packs tonight. Because look at this thing. Look at how beautiful the highway is in the edge of the map, first of all. It's unfortunate that we're getting disconnected from that beautiful land, but I'm willing to feather things off because this map is so beautiful. I have 0 drop frames, Kung. Is Kung the only one having issues? Yeah, I think it's Kung's connection tonight. I'm gonna tell him in chat. In case he can't hear me. Okay, hearts for Kung. There we go. Okay, YouTube has been weird all day. YouTube was weird yesterday for me. Was it yesterday or was it today? Where it like wasn't, they would load the video, but it wouldn't load anything else. No sidebar content, no comments, no title, no description. Just empty panels around the video. How beautiful is this map, though? I feel like the bridge in real life would be raised just a little bit. But I'm not going to complain because, like, think about how it looks compared to the maps we've seen so far. Look at the Trumpet Interchange. It's a little weird how it loads the textures at range. I complained about this very early on and sent videos of it. And it was never resolved. Okay. These trees are great too. I don't know what these are, but I love them. And I'm gonna disregard all the texture pop in because they're still good if you stop moving. Or if you move in the right way, like that. I still see them popping in the top. How about that? Does that stop them popping in? Okay. It's such a beautiful map, right? Look at all this farmland. Look at that farmland. I mean, that's the point of this map, basically. So this one's pretty beautiful. And, you know, I think it's over here that's the only frustrating bit, right? Like, flat land, but it's also like, it's a little deserty, it's a little barren, so maybe, you know, it's really about having maybe a massive farm over there and no town supporting it. Like, this is kind of like a creative mode town for me, I think. Because I can only see a limited build here. Like, where would you build your a massive city? Because that you would need 81 tiles for. So I think I slot it into that that kind of use case depends. If you want to build a massive farm and a tiny little town supporting it, I think this would be a great map for that. This is the first of the map pack maps. And yes, thank you, Canadian Gaming, for translating. Usually AC has to do that for us. Okay, load and then rate. Load and then rate. I got to keep things moving, right? The loading time is gonna kill us. That was Biomes Valley, which I'm throwing in the use case depends category. I'm pretty sure Desert Passes as well. I love that it's giving us a map that is a desert, and it's telling us Vermont, which is, you know, literally like, you know, green mountain. And it's honestly such a green state. Okay, loading, rating, and we're throwing Biomes Valley, the first of the map pack, in the use case depends. Your mileage may vary. I'll post this all too when said and done, if anybody cares. Or I think you can also rate your own if you want to share it as well. Knock on more dailies while the map loads. Okay, hold on a second. The Beatles' only US show in 1964 that didn't sell out was at what outdoor venue? I don't know. Red Rocks? Whoa, okay. Australia's Kangaroo Island is indeed full of kangaroos, as well as the tamar species of what other marsupial? Is it a monkey? It is not. Oh, wait a minute. No. What am I saying? What am I saying? Where's Kanga? I need Australian marsupials. Zoos from Pittsburgh to Oklahoma to the freaking Creation Museum have a petting zoo like walkabouts. Oh, fun-sized kangaroo cousin? Yeah. No? Rocco of Nicktoons fame is probably the best known specimen of what W species? Map pack 1449. Did I sell it to you just showing you one map? Who knows Rocco from Nicktoons? Anybody? What the hell is it? Is it a wombat? Is it WMBAT? A wallaby! Oh my! They just had a wallaby at my. They just had a wallaby at my daughter's school like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Oh, how did I not know that? How did I not connect the dots? Fun-sized kangaroo cousin. Oh my god. Oh. Got the last one wrong. Okay, we got a map. That doesn't go away when I do that. Okay, hold on. Back to this, back to full screen, back to that. This is Desert Pass, I do believe. Oh, is the music too loud? I'm gonna bring it down. I have the what do you call the compressor on, so it's like a talk over feature, but it's still probably a little aggressive. But thanks for sticking around. This is, yes, Desert Pass. I may be getting them depending on what these maps look like. I mean, you've seen one and you're already looking at prices. It really depends on what you want to build. I love Winding Rivers in Map Pack 2, I will say. That is Meander. I think that is a really cool map. Aesthetically, stylistically, like, again, look at the intersections. These are not your copy and paste. Although, do notice this map. So here you have 25 tiles. There's a single rail line running through it. So obviously you could do lots with that. And a single highway running through it. And just and a little bit of water in the desert. So if that inspires you to do something, I think that's great for you. I don't think it's a bad map. I think if it's all desert like this, like you've got to create arbitrary lines where your town begins and ends. I can't imagine building a good-looking metropolis here, though. It's very use case dependent. And I don't know what to do with it. I'm not that creative of a builder. No rail triangles either, absolutely. Resources-wise, I'll show you what this pack does. Let's see. So biomes didn't have... the deserts don't have any shipping, which makes sense. 3 in a row don't have shipping. So shipping seems to be the thing that you're missing out on. Maybe rail on that one. So there are some considerations there if you're expecting things. Again, the locked farmland, no shipping as you would expect. Now the first one, Biomes Valley, has like a mixture where like desert is meeting farmland. If you wanted to mix multiple things together, that would be a really cool way to do it. If you want to commit to desert, you've got Desert Pass. If you want to commit to farmland, we've got Farmland Flats. And this is another beautiful one. I want to see where the edges of the map are, but this one I think, like, again, would be a smaller build. In fact, I'm going to categorize it now because I have a feeling I know. So the last one, Desert Pass, I'm putting it in the your mileage may vary. People will do amazing things with that, but it paints you into a corner essentially. And I think Farmland Flats does the same thing in a beautiful way. It's a really impressive map, but it kind of begs to be small, like industrial farm, you know, like crop farms from the Industries DLC would go great here. Line them up with the tree rows and stuff. It'd be interesting to see if they size it appropriately for that, but it is very much like you're building a farm here. That's the point of it. So again, like, do you have to build here? I don't know. Does everybody want to build a farm? Probably not. It's not necessarily bad to not be a strong contender. Like, I think these are all strong contenders in their own way for the right project. Wow, I was expecting to be a little bit further along on the loading than that. Interchange is a tad weird. Yeah, well, we'll check it out right now. But right, like I think it is a great map, but for the right circumstances. And I think other maps, like, you could build the farmland, or you could build a big city, or you could build a little town. Like, there's more creative flexibility in a lot of the other maps. And certain decisions that are kind of forced on you when other things are done, I think. I mean, you could change all these a lot with landscaping and trees, and you know, that's not really the point. Is this like the roundabout interchange one, Alien? I think it is. Probably want to swap that out. Only if we can farm asparagus. Get out of here, decoy. Get out. Get out. Bought the others without ever having a season pass, so it's weird for sure. Hard to justify a season pass at this point, though. I mean, the game is what it is. It's not changing. Like, DLCs wise, game changing DLCs, anything in the season pass is great. because the last stuff that came out is not season pass, but I'd still recommend Plazas and Promenades. I think you can skip financial districts, personally. What are we on? This is Farmland Flats. Let's hurry up and buy all the tiles that we can, of course. All 25 of them. Yeah, the roundabout. The crazy roundabout starter intersection. This thing's great. It's not the craziest one that I've seen, but it's up there. This is like, I feel like I did this in season 2 of Santa Rica, of my Let's Play 2017, 2018 on a console. I don't like, this is wild because like, if you look at the intersection on the last maps, like they're beautiful. And not that this is aesthetically ugly, but it's like, you know what this is going to function like. And it's a bit much in 20. Well, I don't know what year this came out, but it was still a bit much. It's certainly a bit much now. I would recommend re-engineering this. You can make a nice stack here. Or if you keep it relatively low populated, like just split your intersections up. Like make this an exit and make the other exit, you know, over here. Like split them up a bit. Because it's literally like, this is over-engineered to get all of your traffic off this highway at the same spot. Like, bring some off over here. Bring the rest of it off over here. Like, well, actually not over here because that's the edge of the map. What the heck? Okay, so at least, all right, look at this. Look at this. Okay. There is some consideration here because, like, look at that tile. Like, you could build farmland here all the way up to the edge of the map and it would be okay. It would make sense. Like, if you had greenhouses all the way up to these trees. That's perfect. That's great. You'd avoid that big open one there. You'd thin your farms out. And unfortunately, only some of these are farm ready. Some of them are not, which is mildly unfortunate, right? Like, yes, you could build farmlands here, just not here, or here, or here, or here. Or here. Or here, really? And definitely not here. And not here either. like it looks cool. It makes it look cool. It makes it look cool, without a doubt. But can you viably turn this into a giant farmland? No, you can't. You can't. Because this is ore. And this is oil. And like that's cool, but are you going to build a giant oil field on this map? Probably not. You're going to wish you could do more farmland over there. But I guess you could put all your processing buildings and stuff over there, and I don't know. It's making the decisions for you, unfortunately, and it's a good-looking map that needs cheats and mods. Right? I mean, am I wrong on that? Are you building a giant oil industry on that map? Probably not. I wouldn't. All right, that was Farmland Flats. Which I think is very use case specific. Did I already file that as use case specific? Mileage may vary. I did. Okay. I did. So no need to update anything there. I'm trying to think if I'm sure of anything coming up. Not especially. I feel like Bay of Rivers is one. I feel like Egg did a city here, and I hear a lot of people like that one. Land of Isles looked cool last time I took a pass on it. River Plains looks nice. Table Mountains is nice. Winding River, again, is Meander. I highly recommend that one. There's some good ones. Somebody mentioned, was it David, mentioned Caldera County. There's some good ones coming. There's definitely some good ones coming. We're still in map pack number 1, which I think Adia mentioned is like $5, $4.50. Map pack 2 and 3 are $5.39. Map pack number 1 is $4.49. Meandering River now. Is that what we're loading? We're coming up to that soon, aren't we? Is that this one? That's this one we're loading, right? Is there a way to see what map you picked after starting city? No. Which, unless you have a name in mind, I always recommend just naming it the city. But I don't think there's no way to tell. You can start uninstalling DLCs to see if you can still load your map. Probably not recommended though. Okay, buying all the areas. Okay, let's go look at the coastline because I feel like this is where... That's okay, up the hill, get some trees to separate that. But what about down here? Oh, I'd love to build over on that coast. Train tracks down by the water. But I guess if you ignore the land on that side, I probably would. So again, like it looks like farmlands. But in an effort to make it look like farmlands, it's actually loaded with ore and oil. I guess there is a fair amount of farmlands on this map. This is a pretty good one. So if you want to have your town in the middle here, farmlands on the sides, that's not a bad map, I guess. I don't know how I feel about over here. Like, where do you draw the line? You draw the line like way back here. You have a farm over there. You have a town here. Like, I think this is squarely in the use case specific. I don't see a big city here. Maybe you do. I need to get out to Vancouver or something. I need to see a big city in the mountains. All right, use case specific. Not spending real money on something I might build on. Might not build on, sorry. Okay, that was Meandering River, yes? Definitely use case specific for me. I don't know. How are you feeling about it, Kung? You're building on that? Do you feel like you have to build a certain way or you have a certain style in mind? Are you okay building big city there? Mountain Taper is next. Where are we at? Where are we at? Halfway through the map pack. I liked Oracle Lake. I built on that for a plot. I did a Plazas and Promenades video for cities, right? And I did it at Oracle Lake, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Are those still up? Like, do they get mad at me and take those down? See Skylines official. Where are we at? Halfway load? It's wild to me that their last stream... Let me see.
You know?
Yes.
When was their last stream? February 29th, 2024. They were doing weekly streams. And it's been over a year. That's wild. Using 81 tiles and only just began building on it? Yeah. Yeah, 81 tiles I think is key if you want to build big. Okay, hold on a second here. Tourist district, plazas and promenades, yeah, and then the parks life stuff. Okay, those are all still up, yeah. So I did do a console tutorial for plazas and promenades. And I feel like that was that Oracle Lake? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Okay, sorry, I'm not sure. Pointless diversion. They were a thing. Look at this. Look at this interchange. An interchange direct to another interchange. Like if you get off the highway, you're going on an interchange to 100% get on another interchange. I don't know if is that effective? Has anyone played on this map and knows if that works or not? Because I'm mildly concerned just looking at it and thinking about playing this game without mods. Because I think it's another situation, right? Where is this... There's a single train line? Oh, 2 train lines. 2 train lines become one and exit the city. What? Look at the textures on the roads. That comes through on the stream, right? Like... This is a finished game. Yeah, it's nuts, right? It's crazy here, this interchange. But it's one highway. Like, if you have all your maps traffic and you're trying to build a big city here, this is not going to last long. This is going to get very overloaded. So what do we got here? Like, I'm okay with this because I guess you like really commit to this being your highway, your open highway. But like, at what point do you draw that line? Apparently things get denser over here past these trees. I'm okay with it though. I can live with it. I think you've got good access to coastline here. It's like almost up to the edge of the beach. And we can't really do anything too exciting with beaches. At least I don't know any good beach tech to get people out there and hide it. Some invisible assets would be nice. I'm okay with this map. It's not frustrating me at the edges as much. It's a little weird. Sorry, I'm whipping the camera around a lot. It's a little weird over here, I will say, like this wide open stretch. And again, it's nothing that you couldn't fix by filling in with trees over here instead. Like even just filling out from trees from like there to here, like a thicket of trees would kind of like make the city fade off into the distance a little bit more sense. If that was very wooded there. I could build here. I could see this. It's pretty cool. I like this one. I'm going to put it in a strong contender. I'm a fan. Which one is this again? It was Mountain Taper. I think it's the highest ranking we've had tonight. Oh, no, I didn't just do that. I hit continue, which is loading Meander. No. Nightlife theme district on the beach. Does that make people go to the beach? Don't tell me that that makes people go to the beach and I didn't know that all this time. I'm misunderstanding that, right? I've always had to change it interchange at the beginning. Yeah, for sure. That is like that. On paper, does it work? Sure. But the Sims are going to chew that thing up so fast. This is a very intense synthwave song. I kind of want to see where this goes now. That's like Cyberpunk. That has me feeling Cyberpunk 2077. Hotels DLC and the Seaside Resort content packs that would work for the beach? Okay. It's the not having people on the beach that's the problem. Like, you need the invisible paths and invisible congregation points. We need someone. We need someone that understands the unmodded console plight to come in and give us some invisible assets. We just need ways to make people hang out at squares like this. Like, if I just had a way to like flop the thing down and people would stand there, like we could have people hanging out on the beach. You got beach chairs and stuff. Okay, quitting. So did they cancel CS2 for console? No, they didn't cancel it, but they should. Let's load up the next one, and I'll tell you all about it. Map Pack 2. We are on River Valley Plain. So no, they did not cancel. They did not cancel City Skylines 2 on console yet, but they did push back. Like, we won't have any update. It won't be ready by summer, is all we know. That's what they told us last. But they've also since then told us that the DLC that they promised as part of the initial release isn't going to be finished until the end of this year, and that's what they promised as part of the release. Now, you know, here we are a year and a half later. It's going to be more than 2 years later by the time they finish the DLC that they announced that release for PC. They haven't announced anything beyond that. That's a bad sign, right? I can hear them responding to that already in their press speak. Like, you wanted us to focus on the stuff that was broken and the current state of the game. Sure, and your shareholders want you to make money, and you're not talking about how you're making the next batch of money. It's not a good sign. And the reason that I think strongly that they should cancel the console for 2 is you're 2 years in, and the game itself is not fun without mods on PC. And you don't get those on console. You don't get mods. They have Paradox mods, sure, but that's Paradox assets. There are no mods. Nothing that changes the game, like Move It or Traffic or Transport Line Fixer or Prop Tools or Surface Repainter or like all these things. Like, go check out Phil's City Planner, like 20 essential mods and how to use them, and like tell me that those things don't belong in the game to begin with. And now like the console version becomes something that doesn't have any of that. So. And yeah, sorry, Coach, I wasn't suggesting that you didn't agree with that. More that, like, you just got my rant started. You just got me rolling down the hill, and here I go. We are on River Valley Plain. Did I remember it right this time? And it looks like this suffers from the same thing. The curse of decoration being done with... So essentially the dark green is land that was forested and then stripped away of said forest. So you got farmland, you got oil, you got forest, And it's just like, it's, does it look nice? Yes. It looks fantastic. But if you have to build on it without mods, it's not as fun. Same thing, we got a single railway running through here and a single highway. That's a very nice flowing exit. So you don't have to worry about like a lot of other constraints. Like we saw in the original 9-tile maps for the base game that there were like these broken triangles of train tracks just off the edge of the 9 tiles. You could never fix it. All you're doing is waiting for that to become a time bomb where 3 trains get to that intersection at the same time and then never ever relinquish control of that intersection again. It just becomes a stuck revolving door. So you don't have to worry about that stuff on these maps, but it also like it greatly simplifies the infrastructure that you have access to in the first place. You have one highway. So you gotta like create points on either side. I gotta buy tiles to see where this all lines up. Where are we at? So I don't dislike, like you can make the edges work. It's a pretty cool build area that is constrained by the mountains. Like we don't have to worry too much about like, we don't have to worry about these sides at all. Because like those decisions are made for us by the mountains. How do we feel though? You know, where do we cut off this way? You know, my brain goes to wanting to unlock all the things and going to a metropolis or megalopolis, whatever the last level is. And some of them just don't, like this would never make sense for that. So I'm filing it in the constrained ideas, maybe for you category. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not, it's not lighting my fire. That was River Valley Plain. This is the island. Not to be confused with islands. The island. EYE. Okay, River Valley Plain. Your mileage may vary. We haven't added anything to the top tier yet. Am I a picky bitch? Okay, one more after this for the map pack. And then we'll be into Plazas and Promenades, which was not bad. Cape Apple should be a giveaway. It's the Big Apple. It's kind of a Manhattan-esque island where the start is. Might be able to do something interesting with that. Oracle Lake I mentioned really liking. Financial districts I remember finding particularly disappointing, so this will be interesting. And then Map Pack 2 is great, as is Map Pack 3. There's good stuff there, but still limited by 25 tiles, unfortunately, as you'll see. How's everybody's Saturday? Starting to get warm out there for me. Warm for me, I don't know. It's 64 out right now at 10 o'clock at night. Like, that's enough. That's good. That's hot enough. Hot enough at 10 o'clock at night. No more, please. Theme park on the beach, Alien? That would be cool. China will land on Mars before CS2 console. I just saw that comment. Okay, I gotta move my mic. Okay. This is, I already forgot the name. That's how long the loading is. The island. I guess I could have looked around and probably figured it out. Is that the island? Where's the island? That's the island. Okay, so we get all of that. Oh, do we get all of both these peninsulas effectively? This could be, I don't know if it's top tier, but I'm not mad at it. Because that is obviously a reason not to build. That is another great reason not to build. As are the trees. We can let that fade off into the distance. This is lined up pretty well over here. And again, good reason not to build. What's up over here? How's the highway off the map? It's not frustrating. It rolls off into the distance. Nice built-in interchange. Farmland. Lots of farmland up here. Okay. Okay. I think we got one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Good pre-existing train lines? I don't know. I didn't even notice what this one had. I didn't see trains on this one. Was there? There isn't on this one, is there? Lots of shipping, I guess, though. This is a really nice one. I like this one a lot, actually. Is it a you must build here? I don't know. But I think it's definitely a strong contender. Let's throw it strong contender, and I've been bad about checking the resources. I bet that one did not have train access. Didn't do anything today to change the batteries on the thermostat, washed my hair, and played a new Game Pass game. That's 3 things. And you're tuned into a stream now. That's 4 things. Okay, Tropical Pass is our last map pack one. Did I sell you map pack 1 yet, Adia? Did I show you $5 worth of value, or am I scaring you off with the fact that it's deciding spots of the map for you? Because it's beautiful, but it's, you know. I feel like, you know what we need is not just a map editor to create stuff from scratch, but a map editor to edit the existing maps. Because what if you could make that all farmland and no oil? Like, I would treat that very differently. I would want to build there much sooner. I like this one. Okay. We're through map pack. So we're through airports and map pack 1 so far. See my laundry pile? Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. There's the fact that you refer to it as one pile tells me it's not as bad as what I got going on. When I re-download CS, the island is where I started with cheats to reacquaint myself with the mechanics. Nice. It's a cool looking map. Oh, did I rank it? Did I put it away? I did not. So I think it's a strong contender. I like it a lot. I think you could do quite a few different builds there. It's so unfortunate that like a very farmlandy map has oil and ore all over it to make it look the part. When ultimately, like, you probably would have been building stuff on it, and like you didn't need that help as much. We need a brush. We need a brush to be able to paint some of those things in ourselves. Is any of the radio stations copyrighted? Yes. It warns you when you go to play it and tells you it will return recording off. Gold FM, yes, is the one that you shouldn't stream. Could you stream it? Sure. That is the only one that on paper technically, although I know like every single creator in the city's Discord got dinged for one song or another at one point that they had to clear with a manual clearance. So like it does happen, but technically they say that you can. You always run that risk though, unless you have a specific license. Right now we're listening to Stream Beats, by the way, which is Harris Heller free, royalty free. I'm just playing it through Spotify. They should put the ore in the mountains and the oil in the ocean. Just like real life. Look at this thing. Look at... Okay, wait. We gotta buy areas so we can move around. Look at this interchange. What is going on? What do we have access to here? It's the northwest that I'm worried about, so let's just head over there first. So like if you made a nice thicket of trees here and gave the map a reason to cut off, it makes more sense. But a nice trumpet here, but probably a little too close to this. Like there's 3 highway exits right here, which is kind of crazy. That is some nice built-in infrastructure. If you don't want to build your own infrastructure and you want stuff over there and over here and over there, it's already built out for you. Sin, what's up? Welcome. Welcome, Sergeant. So, floodland scenario. Oh, I have scenarios I still might have to do at some point, but I don't know. So this is really nice. I don't know how this will hold up in traffic. This is crazy close to that other interchange too. Like think about... So let's say somebody here wants to leave the map going off that way to the left. They get off the highway here to follow this, to merge here, to come here, to merge again, to go that way. There's a lot of this. Does it look nice and probably relatively realistic? Sure. Are the Sims in CS1 with no mods going to absolutely dumpster you for building this? Yes. You're toast. You're toast. So definitely think about re-architecting that one. I like this here because like there's a reason, like that land mass is a good reason to stop building there. It's a pretty nice map. It's you know, this is frustrating. So this is another 81 tiles. It's a great looking map. It's a way over engineered highway. That's just insane. You need to drive that? I don't even know, like, where are the turns? What do we got? Crystal ship. This thing's gonna cruise. This is gonna be great. Does this thing really not go faster than that? Okay, hold on a second. Oh, wow, that's pulling. It's pulling to the side. It's so much faster. Oh, God. Okay. We'll take the exit to the right. Brakes, brakes, brakes. This way? We'll get back on the highway going reverse. Donut truck is a menace. It's the worst. It like, if you haven't driven it in a while, please don't think like that I'm horrible at this. Like, it is not a vehicle. It is not designed to be driven on roads. It's just like skate. Look at it, skate. It skates around the corner. It's so bad. It's so bad. Man. What I would give for like incorporation between games, like I don't need a game to be everything, but I would love to be able to export this and drive it around the GTA engine. Yikes! Yikes! Oh God, oh God, oh God. Hey, we crossed it. Oh no, oh no, oh no. That's death. That is death. That's not good. I should start going the other way because it's faster than coming around. Cape Apple. If you want to build a Manhattan-style island, this is exactly what this is designed for. As the name implies. So, where did I land Tropical Pass 81 tiles? Like, it would be great if you had the full map. I'm not crazy about the cutoffs there. A good pirate game. I mean, I like Sea of Thieves. But my wife and I, like, we had a puppy. She's now a year and a half. We have an 8-year-old who's about to be 9. So Sea of Thieves, when it first came out, was a lot more fun for us than it is now. And, like, we can't afford to, like... We just have to walk away from the game once in a while. So Safer Seas is great for that. But I get, like, it's a pirate game and you're kind of missing the pirates, but there's plenty of stuff to do, but, like, we just can't... I can't PvP, like, if I got a dog peeing on the rug and I gotta take it out, like, hey, you win the ship and all my treasure, great. That was a fun 4 hours. So thank God for content tourism in Safer Seas. Yeah, Cape Apple is the first of the Plazas and Promenades. Plazas and Promenades is one of my... Perhaps it's I think my favorite DLC. If you could only have one, I would recommend it because I really love the mechanic of turning areas into pedestrian roads. It's a really nice mechanic. It lets you deal with traffic in some really cool ways. It lets you like create these plaza spaces in downtowns for monuments, for sporting events that I think just looks really nice, especially if you have traffic jamming up the rest of the map. Just to switch things up and have people being the traffic. So Plazas and Promenades is I think a great DLC just for those mechanics. This is the first of 5 maps in that DLC. So if you know New York, Manhattan is in the center there. And then you've got a little bit of the other boroughs, but not everything, unfortunately. So they cut off both Queens and Brooklyn. It's not terrible. Like, you could do something with it, but again, like, if that was just filled out with trees to this edge of the peninsula from here, it would be great. No triangles on map pack. No, like, very basic highways, too, if you'll remember, right? Like, one highway running through the map, one train running through the map. And honestly, that's all that you need. Like, you can build infrastructure. That's totally fine. So now we go back. Remember, we were looking at a content creators map, and now we're looking at the cities team building maps again. And like right away, your highway infrastructure is, I mean, it's cooked. This is the highway infrastructure again, you know? But I think they've also learned at this point, like, look, there's one highway with a train running along it the entire way over here. That's in and out of the map. It has one interchange coming into your tile. Like, that is the transport. Well, I guess there is another highway down here that you can hook into later. But I would definitely rebuild that. I would rebuild this as part of the process. So, like, I don't love that you can't build there. Again, I don't love that you can't build there. I think this is a great 81 tiles map, and some of you could do a great job like really focusing on this part here, right? Manhattan up to the highway. But like, you got to cut it off at some point. So is it 81 tiles or conditional? I don't know. Like, it's on the fence for me. I mean, it's a strong contender for a big city build just because of it borrowing from one of the arguably the most impactful and iconic big cities. So maybe there's some, I don't want to say nostalgia. Nostalgia is not the right word. But there's something else. There's an aura that it has going for it. It's faster if we go this way now. Yes. So that was maybe it isn't. I don't know. Maybe it's about the same number of clicks. That was Cape Apple. We'll go on to Coastal Gem. I think I mentioned Adia, but like you mentioned like, oh, I don't have any of the map packs, and I thought like, oh, these are all maps that you don't have. It didn't occur to me. No Manhattan like the back of your school book. Yeah, I mean that's one of the beautiful things about Manhattan in comparison to a city like Boston, is like the streets are alternating one ways, going up numerically from south to north. The avenues east to west, like there's a science behind it. And then if you look at Boston grew like rings on a tree. It was a very tiny island, like a couple, like not even 2 square miles. Like it was super tiny in the 1630s when it was founded. And then they kept building more and more land. So like wherever they built the land out became the next ring road, essentially. It's an absolute mess. It's a nightmare to drive and navigate. That is something that's nice about Manhattan. Cities that learned that grids are a good way to go around that time are notoriously easier to navigate than something like Boston. Baltimore and Philadelphia, right around the same time, I think within the same 30-year period as New York. But Boston, founded 1620, 1630, and, grew up from literally building up land out of swamp, essentially. Yeah, Philly, Baltimore, and New York are probably the best representations of early grid systems in the East Coast America colonies. Because arguably those road systems would have been colonial America, pre-revolutionary America, those grid systems. This is the second one on. It's already like I can tell like there's an immediate vibe as soon as there's no trees on a flat map that I just know like I'm gonna hate the edge. Yeah. Why would you build anything of concentration here and not out there? This is going to be a quick one. This is an 81 tiles. If only so you could feather it off better. Like you don't necessarily have to build anywhere near out there, but it's not designed right. The trees do so much of the lifting. I'll say it again. Double factories. Be a lot of nightclub activity here with Move It. So it's like it's a beautiful map. It's just like it's not made, in my opinion, for console players. Unfortunate. That was Cape Apple. Where are we putting here? Hold on a second. Cape Apple, and that was Coastal Gem. I gotta think about that for a minute. Gondola Islands. So Cape Apple, like I like Cape Apple. I wonder if it deserves that middle ground ranking though, because it's hemming you into a big build almost. I can't see anything but that. I feel like it needs the 81 tiles desperately, just because if you're gonna build a giant concentration, you also need it to feather off properly, and you can't do that with 25 tiles in the way the map's configured by default. And then Coastal Gem I would probably throw in the same camp. Like it's not a bad map, but it needs feathering on the edges. And it's so frustrating to continue to put things into this category of it doesn't really work with the tiles that you're given by default this late in the game's life cycle. How have you not learned this lesson that like you're preventing your players from getting to the parts of the map they need to get to build a good city? And it's not that you have to give us, you know, giant space that won't perform well. You have to build the maps just a little bit differently to accommodate the rules actually baked into your game, which is 9 tiles or 25 tiles, depending on which version you're playing. It's great if you're playing on PC and you have 81 tiles, but you got to build the game first for the players, and you're selling them content to play in your game. That content that you're selling and charging additional money for should certainly work in the game independent of mods. It's an odd theory, I know. It's a hot take. The closest thing I've done to my hometown is some neighborhoods that I've done in Wood Garden, which was season 6. Couldn't be bothered to load on PC with mods. Took too long, huh? That's the other thing. Like, PC with mod load time, like this, my 9-hour 2-part stream might be a better way to see some of these maps than waiting, you know, 20 minutes per map load. It's ironic that I'm complaining about the load time on Remastered, but yeah, you're right. Load time on PC can be a nightmare. Okay, so right away, we don't need this little sandbar out here. That's okay. It's pretty big though. It runs like the whole map. Is that just to cut us off from the coastline? Okay, so we got a series of little islands here. That side's all good. This side's all good. What's going on with the highway out here? Look at that. It's going out. There's a broken train line out there. Why wouldn't you like close the loop on the, like, even if it's like a dead end train track, like close the loop? We can't see it. We can't see it all the way over here. We can't get anywhere near it, but we can tell that you screwed it up because there's a giant icon floating there. Come on. Come on. We're paying for this. Okay, so we're in DLC territory, not content creator pack. So we're talking CO team building these out again. It's a nice map, right? But there's not a ton of space. Period. This is a very conditional build. Like, I don't have any problem with where we can't get to. I just have a problem with there's very little buildable space here. And again, this is like, I could do a Greenwood 2.0 here. I could see that. Because it, like, the work's already done for me. It's relatively flat. Giant open ocean. We can just make our own land. This might be good for that. So do I throw it in a strong contender? But I don't think so, because I think it is another one of those things that it's too limiting. It's a too limiting factor. Like, what would you have out there other than a futuristic green city? I can't picture anything else. But sometimes my thinking is rich, very rigid. Oracle Lake. This one I've been to before, for sure. Okay, catching up on the list. We've got Gondola Islands. Like, that is a beautiful map, but there's not a lot of buildable space. And I think it's okay to put a thing that I would consider a strong contender for a future build still into the your mileage may vary category, because it very much is. I think these are the top two categories are more flexible maps, whereas Gondola Islands is definitely like hemming you in more to an idea. But it's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. I like it. I might use it myself. But we're still looking at River Run as my most likely next build, because all the other ones that I really love are maps I've already built on. Although I've also built all of those on 9 tiles, so I would definitely consider revisiting them on 25. I would assume so, Jay. Right? Is it the same spelling? Where was it? These are my thumbnails that I updated, by the way. So I I hope that they read well. I don't know what device you're watching on, but it depends. But essentially, they all have the map name. I went all lowercase. It's just a decision. But I threw in the icon as well for the DLC that it's connected to. So in case anybody's wondering if, oh, I think this map's so great, how do I get it? Well, River Run is a base map. Park Life Industries 2 from Sunset Harbor that I highly recommend. And we're on Oracle Lake and then Splits Tributary, last two of Plazas and Promenades. I think we're making good time tonight. I will try and constrain my ramblings. Let me see. Okay, what is everybody feeling so far? Like, are they agreeing with my choices? Are they hating my choices? It's okay to call that stuff out. And would anybody be interested in a River Run build? Okay. Maybe they learned it from working with the content creators, but they've definitely learned the lesson of simplifying the highway interchanges. There's 3 ways in, and they're relatively split up, and they're not giving us lots of other things to think about. Are they giving us a train? Yes, they are. So there is a train coming into the map. There's great mountains, and there's enough trees, again, that you could fill in some gaps and give it a reason that the build stops. And I really like that. Trees do so much work in that regard. I like this one a lot. This is unfortunate still, again, so many years later and using the default built-in stuff. This is much smoother, I will say. That's nice. This is great. I like this one a lot. I think this one has some serious potential, but this is mountains on this side. Okay. So if we look from right about here, this is our map. That's a really nice map. I'm soaking this in for a minute because I'm wondering, do I put this on? Wait, like you're currently on Firewatch right now? Hopefully you're listening to me talk and still watching for Fire. Appreciate your service, Jay. Was the game Firewatch accurate? If you can comment or if you can confirm or deny. I really like this. It's definitely strong contender category, if not a place that I really, really want to build. And I did build here, right? I did build here at some point, right? Is this, or are we on Oracle Lake, or did I load that already? This is Oracle Lake, yes? The lake, and then the road over there. Yeah. Right there. That's about the angle of the thumbnail. I like Oracle Lake. This is a nice one. Am I feeling, is anyone else feeling this? Like, let's go back to this corner over here, because this corner is the, was it this corner? This corner is the view. We pop in a cinematic right there. That's a very cool build. I'm going to do this while it's still loaded, because it deserves the respect. Oracle Lake? How can you not build here? Cinematic camera? Edge of map fog? Yep, of course. Of course, it delivers. It should give us a highway shot in like one of the next 2 or 3 shots. We need at least one to get the mood. That is not the mood. It showed us a default intersection. That's a slap in the face game. I'm trying to like pat you on the back and you're going to show us something beautiful, and that's better. That's better. That's more what I was expecting. I'm okay with that. Okay. Oracle Lake just made a top spot. That's our first one tonight in the second half of the 92 maps. We got through Sunset Harbor last night. We're going to get through the rest tonight. Stick with us. We'll move along. Splits Tributary. That's the last one that we have from Plazas and Promenades. Landed a burning cemetery yet? No. Did I tell everybody my idea? I want to do a map, and I don't know if we do 25 tiles. Maybe it's a 1 tile thing, where we never empty cemeteries or dumps, and we only use cemeteries and dumps. No crematoriums, no recycling plants, no incinerators, and we just see like how long we can go before the map is overrun with trash and dead bodies. Like we're talking, I'm gonna commit like an entire tile at least. Or if we do it in a 1 tile build, like eventually you just run out of room and it's like you can't support the economy anymore because it's mostly filled up with trash and dead bodies. No tax revenue anymore, you know? There's nothing to tax at that point. You can't charge the dead people and the garbage tax. I mean, you could, but it would seem kind of crazy. I should pull up disorderly on the next load if I think of it. I sure am talking. I'm muted. Well, I hope you've been enjoying this look at Split's Tributary. I muted to cough and then forgot to unmute. So I'm really disappointed about this right here. This is what bothers me the most about this map is this beautiful flat area over by the river between the highway. Like, it's nuts that you have this kind of infrastructure. You have a highway here. You have this beautiful flat land with no trees and a river. And that is not for you to build on. So I think 81 tiles. I think 81 tiles, again, comes to the rescue here. That's really unfortunate. That's not what I said when I was muted. You said I love this map. I changed my mind for the public. I was, you know what? It's unfortunate that you didn't hear because I was vibing on the map until until I turned and saw that big blank space. Because I liked the fact that one side of the map is a mountain. So there's absolutely a great reason to not build there. There was that little ruins and that ridiculous bend in the highway. That it was unfortunate, but I could deal with it. So that was the split tributary. We're into financial districts, which I will tell you now disappointed me a lot. But was that before remastered, and did I give it a chance at 25 tiles? I don't know. I do know that it was before remastered. That part I can answer definitively. Did I look back at these maps with remastered? I don't think so. I think I looked at the most recent map pack that had come out, which was 2, and I enjoyed that a lot. And well, I shouldn't say I enjoyed that a lot. I found it frustrating, and found the last map that I loaded to be really good. That was the Splits Tributary, and I think 81 tiles saves it. We did thrice already, so let's come over here and do... We're not going to do Bandle right now. Let's try and do a framed. This is a single frame from a movie. We're going to get 6 frames. We guess it if we can. Shout and answer in the chat. Don't feel like you have to wait your turn or give hints or anything. I'm fine if somebody knows the answer. I'm going to go ahead and click on the next one, though, while we wait. In fact, just while we wait, just to make sure. We'll have the city up in the background here. This looks very iconic. Is this the Hobbit? This seems like Dwarven Underground, but then this is seeming very cartoony to me. Never mind. I don't know. It's in Indiana? No. No, this is the Lord of the Rings or a Hobbit, no? This is the Hobbit. This is the Hobbit. BBIT? The Desolation of Smog. No! Is it the first? Does it say the year? It doesn't say the year, does it? Oh, man. What did people guess? This is what people guessed. Okay, we're loaded. We're loaded. This is the first of the financial districts. And one thing I thought was really weird, if I remember right, it might be the case. I don't feel like any of these maps were good for a financial district. Like, what about this says Wall Street? What about this says Big City Stock Exchange? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Financially swamped, yes. Duolingo is threatening your family? I'm sure there's a story there. This just doesn't feel financial to me. I don't know. Okay, where's our lines here? I probably wouldn't build... See, like, this is a lot of wasted map right here, because I wouldn't build anywhere over here in its current state. Like, it would require... the energy expended to bring the train up this hill for it to come immediately back down again. Like, you would dig a canyon for it. Like, you would carve through, wouldn't just plunk it on top. So where do you build, right? Like, it's very tree covered and hilly, so it makes sense, but like that basically limits your build to like right about there, right about what you see on screen, those 3 islands, essentially. unless you're doing some serious landscaping. So I think like it's a perfectly fine map. 81 tiles doesn't do anything for it. It's does your idea fit into it? So financial districts, that was gray waters. And I'm going to land that firmly in the middle ground of it not being terrible, but it also very specific use case for it to be worth your time. I think. Has anybody used any of the financial districts maps? I feel like this was an odd time for the game, and I'd honestly be surprised if somebody's building on a financial districts map. But by all means, prove me wrong. I just don't feel like it was the time or the pack. I remember being disappointed with the pack. I looked through those first, and then I think I was right around the time I looked at Map Pack 2 and did the same thing. I went all the way through until I found the last one alphabetically, Wandering River? No. Wandering River, yes, because Meandering River was a different map, and I chose to call Meander because of a Wandering River is meanders based on the name of the river. It doesn't matter. Haven't even downloaded After Dark. What is After Dark though? Like, isn't that biking and taxis? What's in cities after dark? Nighttime economy, nightlife, transportation, entertainment. Oh, so do you not have like leisure and tourism focus? Is that part of After Dark? Nightlife, entertainment, public transport options, taxis. Nighttime economy? Wait, was the game was only daytime until After Dark, right? And they added in like a completely separate nighttime economy and sliders. Out the leisure, a lot of stuff there. Okay, this is the it's so long I forget every time. Narrow Passage Financial Districts. That's so much water that you're buying. Oh my God, that's so much water. That's a choice. It would have been better like if you bought the landmass that way. Okay, so half of the map right away. Okay, what'd you do over here? This is okay. Like the one part I want to fix is like right at the edge of the map. Like this is lower. That is lower. You could have used the smooth tool and like not made the edge of the map frustrating. I don't know. But there's way worse offenders in the earlier, in the base game and the DLCs. So this is nice. It's interesting. This is way too tight just to work your way around the rock to not have an on-ramp. Like, think about like how blind that is. You're coming up a hill with a Jersey barrier, trying to merge at speed. That's some landscaping. Like, you know what I mean? Like you do all this landscaping, you bring the highway in nice and smooth, and then you're like, screw it. Here's a jump pad. For the rest of it to be pretty smooth. Okay, so where are our boundaries over here? This is okay. That trails off nicely into the distance. I don't hate it. Mountains do just as much work as trees do at defining nice edges to the map. Like, how much of this is really buildable? It's like right here. Essentially, what we see on screen right there is where you might build. So again, I think it's a good map that constrains the idea quite a bit. Okay, financial, does it remember where we were now? We're on River Terrace. Oh, and this one I think is like very, very high up. It's not a terrace, it's a plateau. With like a death drop all the way around. This one needs like a lot of love with the landscaping tool. Narrow passage, middle ground. I won't yuck your yum. PS didn't let you mod, so I went Xbox. Yeah, I mean, there's options at least. It's obviously more restricted than PC as a platform, but like Bethesda games seem to do a good job with it. Other games can do decent with it. I don't know why PlayStation puts that restriction in place. Certainly not to protect our data that they all lost. Yeah, like my experience too with modded Bethesda games on Xbox, like it really changes the game in ways that PlayStation cannot. Like there's a huge night and day difference in the modded experience on PlayStation versus Xbox. And it's frustrating to hear like, oh, well, we're not doing those types of mods because consoles can't support them on cities. When absolutely Xbox could support them. Can multiple consoles support them? No. Because PlayStation won't support that kind of stuff. But you can do that sort of stuff with an Xbox game if you want to put the effort in. Absolutely. Bethesda made it work with the Creation Engine. Don't tell me you can't make it work with Unity. Please. Creation Engine barely works on its own. Bolting on behaviors to it and it's still running. So right away, beautiful highway. Over-engineered highway. Hold on a second here. Yeah, this one also is a weird one because it's like you've got this plateau in the middle of the map. And it's just odd. It's odd. You'll see. So like see how much higher that is than the highway that runs around it? Like it's a big jump up there. So a lot of work with the landscape tool. Like you probably wouldn't build on these very hilly cliffs. You would build a little town up here, a little city up here at the edge of this highway. But there's this massive, massive highway interchange nearby that just like you wouldn't have all this work around such a little space. So where can we build over here? You could build around these farm plots basically. But that's about it. You can always, cut down the trees and flatten areas and do all sorts of things, of course. But I'm kind of looking at the map as inspiration, and it's inspiring me to build on just this one spot here, Wait, y'all saw a real anti-PlayStation? No, not at all. We have PS4, PS5. We have Xbox. We have. I gotta check my doorbell activity. We might have the Switch coming tonight. The Switch 2 might be pushed to tomorrow though. We got the Joy-Cons and Pro Controller arrived already. So, we play everything here. But if you're talking about like, what should you do about modding? Like, definitely, if that's one of your factors for a console purchase, it's one of the few reasons to recommend Xbox. I think multiplayer gaming and online services is still another good reason to play on Xbox over PlayStation. Xbox Live and PlayStation Online are just two totally different things. Like, PlayStation is made to play single player games. Like, it's what it does. It's what people that own them do. Not to say that is everybody. Not to say that is you, but like, Windblown Coast is up next. I feel like this is a little bit much for me right now. Next song. Okay. Tier list time. River Terrace. Very beautiful map that fits into one idea. Which is exactly what Financial Districts has going for it right now. They're 3 for 3 on the Your Mileage May Vary. Apex Legends for the last 5 years? I have a couple that I rotate through. There was a great article, and I think it's a trend that repeated 2 years in a row, where like 90% of Steam players' times, and I think this is something that echoes probably true on the console as well, but like 90% of their time was playing, and maybe it's not 90%, but it's some very high percentage that is like games 3 to 7 years old, and second place is like 7 to 10 years old. And then third place is like, a new game. People will play some new games. I know I play a bunch of new indies, but like what I spend my time on, I mean, recently is Cities. It's 2017 this came out. 2023 if you want to talk about remastered. But like, yeah, like what do I play if I'm not? Like if I'm like, I don't feel like going live tonight, I'm probably playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'm probably playing a game from 2018. If not, I'm playing Halo from 2021. Like, I can't do it. I'm not big on the battle royale. I can't handle the tension of the last 10 minutes. I'm fine with like killing in a sustained environment. I just don't want the increased tension of my kills being more important at that moment. Maybe I should get a PS5. I love single player games. There's a lot of good games on there. I've been meaning to make time for Ghost of Tsushima. That's on my list. World Builders and Planet Coaster. Yeah, it's good break time. Play through new games so fast now. Yeah. Sea of Thieves is another one. Like when my wife and I, like a lot of Sunday nights, my wife has to turn in work for school, and like the week recycles on Sundays, so it's usually when she's caught up, which is why I don't often go live, so like we can see each other for a little bit. But we play a lot of Sea of Thieves. Is one of our favorite games. I think I said earlier. We do like the Safer Seas because we also have to like, we have a daughter and a dog. And I don't want to lose 4 hours of work because, you know, the dog had to go out. Aren't PlayStation exclusives coming to Xbox? I haven't heard anything about that. But Xbox, like, doesn't care. They're a software company now. Like, they don't care about... I don't think they care about console sales. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised the price of arguably the inferior console in the market right now. It just doesn't make any sense. It was already not selling well and they're raising the price of it. I get that, like, Xbox game Black Myth. Yeah, but that's a PC game, right? Not a PlayStation exclusive. Console exclusivity ending would be nice, but like, they're still trying to lock you into the ecosystem to lock you into the online system. And Xbox has done a better job at that, but they're not like... They're not in on console sales. Like, they want you to have Xbox Game Pass on the console if you own it, or Xbox Game Pass for PC. And I'm sure they're trying to get like, I'm sure they're trying to get Steam integrated so that they can sell more Microsoft games on Steam and integrate those systems. Like, they just want to sell you stuff. They don't care what it is. The services, though, the recurring services are the best thing for them to sell you as far as investors are concerned. And Xbox is arguably doing a better job at that so far. So unfortunate, because what do you want to bet you can't fix this, right? Can you fix this? There's no way you can reattach highway there. Can you reattach highway there? Okay, hold on a second. Oh my god, you can fix this? Ugh, why would you do this, guys? Right bumper? Right road tool? Right? No. With the road out, right bumper? Elevation step? This is important right now. Ooh, wow, this is really high elevation. That's crazy. Oh, and they're really crooked too. Wow, okay, here you go. They're so crooked. I'm not even gonna bother fixing that right now. But you could fix that. You could bring that away and make a much more much more elegant slope to that. Same thing over here. Game's only been out for like 8 years at this point, guys. You know, don't worry about it. Like, this is why is that on the side of the map that this exists in? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Other than I don't expect people to come over here, so I don't give a crap mentality. So how is this? I guess if you want to build a desert city, it's not a bad map. The mountains holding this side of the build, well, kind of, somewhat. You got to stop building over here. So where do you draw the line for the city? I don't know. And again, that, I mean, maybe you draw it on this side of the, no, I guess not. There's definitely some artificial lines you have to draw. I'm going to call this one an 81 tiles map. An 81 tiles map. Okay, that was Windblown Coast. A very, I'm torn. Like, I think, like, maybe it's an okay map if you do something particular at it. Is it that middle ground, or does it need 81 tiles so you can finesse the edges? I'm leaning towards the 81 tiles. That's a rough spot to be in, though. One more for financial districts, and then we're into map pack 2, which has 10 maps. Another 5 for hotels, and then another 10 for map pack 3. We're getting there. We're getting there. Appreciate you all being with me on a Saturday evening. Hope you're enjoying. Leave a like if you are. You could leave a dislike if you're not, but it's weird. It's a little weird that you're hanging around a stream you don't like. But it's okay. You're welcome here too. Okay. BRB capture. Turn that off. Oh, I don't have any kind of BRB message on this, do I? There we go. Okay, I will be right back. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna grab a drink. I might be back before it's loaded. Pour some back before it loaded. Take forever. 7-Up, zero sugar, actually. Okay. No, not there. I need to go into areas. Wyvern Pass, which I assume has something to do with the look of the pattern there. So very beautiful map, but right away, like, you can see that this interchange is off the map, ruling out basically all of that. It's not a bad looking interchange. I don't feel I need to change it. It's just, you're not building over there. If you're not building anywhere near the highway, you're probably pulling back to the farmland here, I would think. Closer to the lake and the abandoned factories. Multiple abandoned factories at the lake. That could be a little build. This is a very interesting looking water feature. Like, this is pretty, like, the map itself is very beautiful. Okay. So where's our edge? This is all like, that's just a downhill romp on both sides to get to the bridge. So the lines are okay, but like, you wouldn't build near these ruins, I bet. Like, would you build up here in these farms? It's kind of arbitrary, like where you'd build and where you wouldn't. And I feel like this map pack in particular, I think, the financial districts, like, it feels like very small builds. And what's so weird to me about that is, like, when I think financial districts, I think urban city centers. I don't think that any of those maps were appropriate thematically for a financial districts DLC. Is that a bad take? I don't know. But I feel strongly about it that none of those felt like a financial district. Like, maybe I don't, like, I don't know. Is there someplace in the Philippines or Indonesia that, you know, is more waterborne, like Gray Waters? Maybe, but like nothing else remotely feels to me like a financial district. So let's load up Bay of Rivers. I'm 99% sure this is one of the eggs builds was on Bay of Rivers. Again, I hear it recommended a lot. Dr. Pepper's. I can enjoy a Dr. Pepper. Like, my sister-in-law loves, and like, we stock it every major holiday, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And I'll drink them. I do like them, but I'm not going out of my way to make that the soda that's in the house. Okay, did we catch up on the list? Did I put Wyvern Pass? I did not. It's a thing. Like, it's got potential for something, just not financial districts and not the kind of city that I'm going to build. I don't think it's an 81 tiles fixable thing. What did we have? What happened with financial districts there? Was financial districts one of the worst DLCs, period? Like, barely, like, strange use case maps and an 81 tiles. Like, that is not a strong showing when you look at, you got Park Life, Industry, Sunset Harbor up here, you got Snowfall, Mass Transit, Green Cities, Campus. map packs. It's the lowest rated, having nothing higher than your mileage may vary. Oh, airports. Airports is also all 81 tiles in my mind, so that's another one. Like clear soda more? Yeah, I'm all about give me Sprite or 7-Up, or I was gonna say Sierra Mist, but what is it now? Starry? And diet, please. I can't afford more calories right now. My medication changes destroyed me this year weight-wise. But I'm feeling much better, I guess. I don't know. I can be skinnier and miserable, or heavier and happy. I'm in the heavier and happier mode right now. Natural disasters practically all on skip, yeah. It's pretty rough. This is an odd one too. Like you can just tell, like they look and feel different from this view alone. And there's so much mountain on the right side of the map. It eats up almost 2 rows of tiles. So like, okay, coming in, like you could build over here. These highways ending like this are just kind of weird. But like you could build over here in this bay, right? You could build up all these ports and all these things, but not over here. Not in those ports and those things. Not those factories and this highway that runs up through this nice clearing and comes back into your map. So like at that point, I have to pretend that side of the island kind of doesn't exist. Because like you can't build anything over there. There's no point because it just doesn't make sense. Would you build over here? I don't know. Like I'd love to build right there. This one is absolutely an 81 tiles fixable map because like that's the best buildable spot on the map is over there off of it. Very nice map, very beautiful map. You'd probably like to play all of it. And here's this like hyper engineered. It kind of looks like crap when on remastered when you have those glitching textures. Does that come through on the stream? I don't know if it flickers quite the same on the stream. It looks like it does. But you got this wonderful over engineered intersection dumping out to this thing that you know will fail. And like, why is this highway to 2-way road where cars will park on the way in? Two-way to 2-way, 3-way +1, 3 +1, 3 +1, and then highway getting back on. But then there's a segment of regular ass road right here where again cars might park. People paid for this. People paid for this. Like, I'm putting it down here for now. Like, I know people have a soft spot in their heart for this one. How does that escape being sold? Is that not infuriating? Is it just me? I feel like that is so unprofessional and such an easy update for them to fix. How different is the map file when you upgrade 2 segments of road? That's so sloppy. Screenshot. Okay, so how's the map, right? Like, you have to ignore You have to ignore over here because you can't build over there. It's unfortunate that this beautiful flatland on the tip of the island is there. Like, just make that mountains and cut us off from it. Don't let us go over there. That's fine. Highway's wild over here. Like, why does this happen? Why does that even happen? Like, what is the reason or the excuse for that? And what is this bit of road over here? Is this like a truck runoff? Or is that accidentally left behind? I don't even know. But like, why does your highway swerve like that when there's no topographical reason for that? We've gone from train triangles in the early maps to highway triangles for seemingly no reason. So it's a great map. It's a beautiful map that I think is a waste of time for you on console on 25 tiles. 81 tiles would make this worthwhile. Okay, so we are going back to... Are we on map pack now? We have Bay of Rivers, yeah. So Desert Valley is next. So that's interesting. Like I've heard Bay of Rivers highly recommended. 81 tiles. I would play that with 81 tiles. I would fix some of those frustrations and again, even if you don't build off the edge of the map, fade it off differently. It's just not right. It's just not right. Into map pack 2, and again, like I wonder what we'll see here, if I will feel the same way I did the first time through. But when I was looking for 25 tile maps, I looked at all of these, and the only one I was happy with was the last one, which ended up being Meander. Again, sorry to make that confusing. There is a Meandering River map. This is a Winding River map. Meander is the name for a specific river that did this kind of winding. So it is also what I do so expertly by talking about nothing in particular for 4.5 hours like I did last night. Speaking of, have we talked about in a while how ugly pugs are? I'm like, I don't want to say terrified, but like they are. In Men in Black, when the pug was an alien, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Pugs are aliens, Kung. I'm sorry. Pugs aren't real dogs? Okay. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Look at that interchange. I went right into... My brain went right to drive mode for that one. Oh, look at... Imagine the meteor that made that crater. You see that in the top right? Should we make one next to it? Just because we haven't had any in a while on these streams? Like, what happened there? Like, what does a 10 meteor look like next to that? We'll give it some room just in case. 3 times speed. It's not going to be anything near as big as that. Just in case the highway gets messed up. Like, look at that. That's a 4-way interchange. That's nice, huh? I hope you feel like building in a desert map. I don't know, do we have the assets for a desert map? Like, what would a desert map be? Would it be green cities, like all houses with only grass on the roof and not trying to maintain lawns, and high efficiency houses in the desert? That intersection is wonderful. Like, that's so great. It's a little wonky, but it makes a lot of sense. The little sign in the middle here.
That a devastating meteor will strike the city in the near future. Residents should seek shelter immediately.
So the desert maps all have that same problem. Look at that, the highway, the going into the mountain way in the distance. Okay, here we go. That's a 10. What the hell happened over there? If that's a 10, what number do we think this one was?
A meteor strike has occurred. Avoid the impact site and head to shelter if any.
That's a 10. That's a 10,000. The little pool of water at the bottom. Oh, we might come back here just to fill this up with sewage. See how long we can go. How many people we can support using this as a giant toilet bowl. So I think for that reason alone, we can file it under the specific use case map. This is interesting also. It's an interesting interchange that I know, like, it looks great, but it will absolutely collapse under any kind of traffic. Right? Poop crater? We could do that. How many people, like, you could support, I bet you could support at least 60 to 70,000 people's sewage inside of a hole that big. I would think. Because it runs off into the ground eventually, right? It's not like, it doesn't stay forever. So yeah, this would be frustrating too, right? Like building out anywhere near here and then not being able to build out over that away. I think that's, maybe I started to say, but I didn't finish. Like all the desert maps sort of have that problem that trees, like mountains solve it, but trees also solve it. And unfortunately in the desert, there is plenty of flat land. Very cool interchanges though. Maybe you'll get inspired where I will not. But 81 tiles for sure for me on that one. I wouldn't touch it otherwise. There's better things that you could spend your time on than that. That was Desert Valley? What are we on? Hold on a second. What are we on? That one was Desert Valley. That's an 81 tile special. And then we're on Fertile Desert. The movie with the crop circles? M. Night Shyamalan? Signs? I don't know. Feel the Dreams? What about file under strangely phrased trivia? What's the movie where that guy made the statue out of the mashed potatoes? That's a deep cut. That's probably too old for some of you. Oh, nice, Jay. Right on top of that. Didn't miss a beat. Never mind. Not too old for some of you. That load screen, man. That's one of the original OG load screens. Come on now. Seriously, I gotta remember to jump into Disorderly when this comes back on the next load. Okay, we are looking at Fertile Desert. Again, no shortage of over-engineering intersections here. I'm already disappointed we can't go up to that highway. And instead we get this long, snaking one. So what's happening down here at the end of this highway? This highway just goes into a bridge to tunnel, huh? And then that comes out over here, a tunnel to a tunnel? Why wouldn't you keep the road? I mean, unless you're giving us a way to hook into it for some reason that I don't know of. Like, we could just hook in over here at that point. And, like, instead of wrapping that around in a tunnel to a tunnel to a tunnel, why not just smooth the land a little bit and curve the highway ever so slightly? We've seen much more ridiculous curves like this one under the ground here. That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense at all to me. I'm so confused by that decision. Okay. What is this highway here? Why are we swerving that way? To come around the river that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it doesn't in a heavy rain season. Never seen Goonies, huh? Wait, and all 80s movies? There's a lot of stuff that you're missing then. Wait, so if you haven't, do you like just no 80s movies in general? So like you're missing out on everything. You're missing out on Back to the Future and Weird Science. You're missing out on Pretty Pink and 16 Candles. You're missing out on Wall Street and Revenge of the Nerds. Man. Go catch up on... Get out of here. Go catch up on 80s movies. From watching reactors. Interesting. Interesting. That's funny. That's wild, though, that, like, I mean... Here's the crop circles. What is going on over here? I forgot about this one. Is that a Paradox logo or Colossal Order logo? I forget whose that is. It's so weird though, right? Like anywhere you're like any kind of a flying camera angle from over here and you can see that stuff. This is really interesting. Hey Kanga. I needed your help earlier on a thrice question where I was being a complete idiot and couldn't think. Heather's, oh, that's an excellent one. And I couldn't think of the mini marsupial cousin of the kangaroo, even though Baby Mouse saw one at her school weeks ago and I should know it's a wallaby. Back to the Future and Family Guy. References through third-party sources. I love it. I think the original Back to the Future is worth checking out, and the second Back to the Future was worth watching in 2016, which is the year they travel forward to. It would be kind of funny though to see how far forward in the future they implied we were going to be, even in the 80s to 2016. Like, it's funny. I mean, I don't necessarily thought that, like, maybe they didn't think that for real, but like the future that they supposed. Definitely we're definitely nowhere near. This is a really interesting raised highway. I like this a lot. You know what this feels? This feels very Florida. And Kung, you probably know what I'm talking about. Like drive 45 minutes to an hour north of Miami and tell me this is not your experience right here. Elevated highway over swamplands with palm trees. This is pretty much it, right? This is spot on. If there's a golf course on either side of the road, right? So that could be a very Florida build. Like there's definitely a Hats, what's up? It's definitely a thing. Like I think it could pull off a mood. I'm personally not a fan of the crop circles. I would delete the flower in this guy. It's a bird. Is that Chirper? With really weird fork fingers? Is that what Chirper looks like? What is this? Am I not realizing what this is? It's a meme. So I'm not a fan of those, but I am a fan of the rest of the map. But I think even though the tiles are pretty good, like if you build on the green and stay away from the outright desert, like I think you build a really cool city there. Basically in that space right there is your build area. But again, like I think I'm gonna relegate it to a strong contender. Not that you need 81 tiles to fix it, but I would like 81 tiles to go clear the crop circles off, personally. I'm sorry that it's just an artistic touch that I am not vibing with in my city build. Was it Wazowski? Did I not recognize that? That's terrible. Where are we? Map pack. That was Fertile Desert. That's a great map. Like, let's catch up on the tier list. I gotta go into load mode first because the tier list takes forever. Okay, so no, strike that, reverse it. I gotta go into load first because the loading takes forever. So Fertile Desert, like, you could do some cool stuff with 81 tiles, and I think it, definitely is one of those maps that kind of is a mileage may vary. Like you might want to build a certain way to really get the benefit out of it. Of course, I think that's true with any map to some extent, but I think it's a strong contender. Like I think you could build a couple different styles of city there, and I would certainly consider it again for a second look at a particular type of build. It's on the fence for me between your mileage may vary and being a strong contender. I think it's either at the top of this or at the bottom of strong contender, and I'm throwing it into strong contender for the time being. Clean throughout the tier list? No, the tier list is still going strong. We're getting there though. This is what we have left. It's 92 maps. So we did 4.5 hours last night. We're already 2.5 hours into this. It's crazy how long loading takes on Remastered when we're talking about 25 tiles as well. But we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it tonight. We're going to do it. I'm going to do it. If you want to stick around, we'll be here. Okay, real quick. Can we get a disorderly while that half a map loads? Maybe. The daily disorderly. Sort these books by their length. Total word count, starting with the longest. The 2025 Ford F-150 Owner's Manual. Moby Dick. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. War and Peace. All 3 books in the 50 Shades of Grey. Still less than War and Peace. King James Bible, probably more than all 3 books. How stupid big is the 2025 Ford F-150 Owner's Manual? I'm submitting. I got nothing? Nothing right? Is the Bible? Is the frickin' longest book? Oh, I had that totally backwards. I had it totally backwards. Let me reorient my thinking here. Shortest at the bottom. Alice in Wonderland was correct. Is the Bible more than War and Peace? It is. Holy crap, is the 2025 Ford F-150 Owner's Manual more words than War and Peace? Okay, no. So the Bible at 800,000 words, all 3 50 Shades of Grey 406. War and Peace is 324,000. So 3 books 50 Shades of Grey is 400,000 compared to the 324 of War and Peace. The difference in cultural contribution to is even wider gap. Moby Dick by Herman Melville at 213,000, 198,000 words for the F-150 owner's manual. And Alice in Wonderland, only 26,000. Very small in comparison. That one I was sure of. I just had the order completely wrong. So, okay, we are looking. I was about to announce the map like I remembered, but it's been so long. This is a weird, I can tell this is a weird one. So, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That's not perfect, but I can deal because there's plenty of stuff we can do over on this side of the map. These interchanges, they're wild. That's beautiful and flowy. This is super tight and weird. I mean, it works. It's a thing. So over here, we could stay on this side of the train tracks, but we got to stay away from that clearing because you don't touch the clearing, because if you build in it, why wouldn't you build on the other side? Again, this is one of those things that, like, I know I was complaining in a Discord. I am very careful about what I'm about to say because I can say what I'm about to say. I can't say who was in the Discord. I can't say what other people said in the Discord. I can say that I've been advocating for so freaking long, 6 years ago, before these maps were made, that please consider 9-tile and 25-tile people. I don't think you're doing that when you leave a section like this on the edge of a 25-tile. Personally, I don't think. Maps and mountains save the day. Interesting curve out there. Interesting. I don't get the highway curve choices. Like a 3-lane highway would not bend like this. Maybe a 2-lane country, mountain road highway. I don't feel like that kind of bending is appropriate for a 3-lane highway. And why wouldn't you just go straight? Why wouldn't you spend that effort smoothing out the terrain here and then coming across almost like what? Within 10% the same distance of bridge? Right? Because you're coming to a closer ridge over here theoretically. So like, where are you building your city? You're building your city right here. This is actually very reminiscent of the first city I built in CS2, the map, but that map is obviously larger in scale. I'm trying to think what it was called, but felt very similar to that. This is wild over here. What the hell is happening over here? This is just a 1-lane road to nowhere, acting as a dam. So I guess that's a pretty strong case for you should put a dam in on this map, huh? But this, I think this could be a really cool build. Is it a strong contender? Maybe. But it's a shame there's so much wasted space. You could do something remote over here, like an airport or industrial. Concentrate your main build over here. There's shipping, there's trains, there's mountains. This has got a lot going for it. It's got weird highway curvatures. Some of them you could fix. And a very cool spot for a dam for sure. And potentially 2 spots for a dam, apparently. Although, what do you have to do to get that power down? Would you have to run power lines all the way down here? Like, I wouldn't do that. This is cool with the abandoned houses up here. Like that. Nice little touch, a detail that most people probably will never see on that map. I like this one. I'm going to put that one as a strong contender. Like, I want to go in and load right away, market right away, but I also want to get to the loading of the next one because it takes too long. That was Hilly Straight, huh? Land of the Isles is next. And we're still in Map Pack 2. Map Pack 2? I believe Map Pack 2. So where were we? Hilly Straight. Yeah, I liked that one a lot. I think that's got a lot of potential and flexible. Like, you can always do like a small map on a lot of maps, but they don't always support like a big city build idea. And I think that one was a nice balance. Really nice mountains. Need to ban triangles, yeah, for sure. Like, they are in those base maps still to this day, and like we've known for a long time that they can just break traffic. It's very disappointing to see they're still part of the DNA of maps, you know, 8 years later. Surely there's a way to fix that. Let's see. Let's go to the disorderly archive. We'll go way down and see if we find something. Sort these items by price. Do you want to see how disconnected from reality I am? My wife does all the shopping. Okay, we're putting the most expensive on the top and the least expensive at the bottom. Red Baron pepperoni pizza. $6. A 12 pack of Pepsi. $5. It depends. It goes up and down on the sales, but I know it's gone up. A 6-pack of Bud. I don't have the foggiest idea, but I'm gonna leave it above the pepperoni pizza. A 20-ounce bottle of Dove. I don't know. Probably just above the 6-pack. A 6-count of Charmin? That's not gonna last you very long. You're running back out to the store for all this stuff. Like, you try and stock up a little bit. Like, 1 roll of Charmin, please. A 6-count. And a 12-count of Pop-Tarts. I have no idea if I'm anywhere near right. I'm not. I was so far off. Okay. Red Baron down there at the bottom. Are the Pop-Tarts? Pop-Tarts, okay. So, is the Bud the most expensive? And then like that? Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty off base. I don't do the shopping. I know the cost of goods like in maybe 2010. Okay. Are we Land of the Isles time? Look at that intersection. Ooh, okay. Look at right away, like, because of the shape. Okay. This is already automatically a 25 tiles contender, because it's not cutting us off from any meaningful part of the island. Totally okay not getting over there. But you could definitely build over here. You're not restricted from building over here. You could do some coastline beach stuff. Like, this would be great for its own private hotel. Maybe like nature reserve trails and objects up here into the woods. I don't know. Into the valley. Here's your, your city or your farms. I think it would be very flexible for both. Like, you could do a more urban area and reclaim the land, or you could do something like a more agricultural spot. Although true farming looks like it might be problematic because people are still painting the map with oil and ore instead of considering how the game will actually be played on it. There's spots where you can farm, but It would be better for a city. What's going on over here? This is kind of insane. Because why would you tunnel so far apart? Why wouldn't you just conform the highway and dig one tunnel? I mean, I shouldn't talk like Boston is responsible for one of the worst underground dig projects of all time, over budget and delayed. And check out the Big Dig. There's some good videos and of course, like even just the Wikipedia on it will tell you the story. Like what is happening over here on the other side of the highway? We're working so hard with the terrain. Terrain loses battles to highway. They blow it up. They blow up granite in New England to dig highways through it. Like they're gonna carve through some dirt. That's crazy. That's crazy that you would dig. You know what? Even if you, let's say you don't dig around this. Okay. Start turning both highways before that lump. You don't send this one on a ring around the rosy shooting it like, oh, we got to get the boys back to Earth. Fling them around the moon. No, that's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Almost ridiculous is my metaphor there, but you know what I'm talking about. Looks like something Pittsburgh would do. To be fair, there are parts of 95 in Rhode Island that it's like 65 mile an hour speed limit straight shot, and then you get into like Providence and it's like, oh, this is a 45 mile an hour zone and we're taking a 97 degree turn on the highway. It's wild. Look at 95 in Providence, Rhode Island. It's an insane. Hold on a second. Google Maps. Okay, hold on a second. Can I fold this in? Okay, hold on a second. So if I bring this into the other tab that I was sharing, so like look at the highway coming down here, 95, okay? It's a pretty straight shot. It even bends a little bit softly towards this intersection here, this cloverleaf. But look at what happens when it gets into downtown Providence. And it's like a very sharp angle here and a bend here and then a bend back. And then it's like, oh, look at this. It's almost a 90 degree turn. Like that's very sharp to then also do the exact same thing on the other side. To swerve this way, to swerve that way, to swerve this way, to take another almost 90 degree merge into another major roadway. It's insanity. It's insanity. It's so stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid. Okay. Are we loaded? We're loaded. Where are we? What day is this? Land of the Isles. Did I go into a rant in the middle of Land of the Isles? So this one has a lot of potential. This is something that 81 tiles would make better, but we don't need to build anywhere near that to tempt us to worry about it in the first place. Because look, we're going to be over here and we're not going to worry about that clearing way the heck over there. And we can still adjust the highways quite a bit, or the railway if we want to, coming in here. There's plenty of fun stuff to build. This would be like, this feels a little bit like Meander without the river running through the center of it, which, to be fair, it's the same creator. You don't think you're getting sold these maps? I'm not doing a great job, right? This one, I don't know. This one's okay. I like this one. I'm going to put this in the contenders category. There's things that 81 tiles would like almost invariably make better. Because you could build right up to the edge of the 25 tiles, but make it look a little better on how your project works. In 25 tiles, you just have to commit more space to that feathered edge. I like this one. This one is not something that I have to build on next, but it's a strong contender. I would not rule it out. I'm glad I'm making this tier list because I can refer back to this instead of loading into all 92 maps again, and remember which ones were worth the time to load in the first place. That was Land of the Isles. This is Mountain Plain. All connections, all resources. I've been bad at checking that. They're not the thing that makes or breaks the decision for me, though. The aesthetics win over everything. And sometimes horrible decisions on the edge of the map will do it for you. So I'm putting Land of the Isles in strong contender. I do not want to forget that one. I really like that one a lot. We've got a few more here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in map pack 2, and one of them is so good. I mean, I built a city on it, so I got $5 worth of fun out of Winding River. I think Winding River is an excellent map. Or what is it, Adia? $5.50 worth of fun? It's like $4.50 for the first pack and then $5.50 for the other two. $8.36 and $8.26 interchange in Miami. Yeah, I bet like there's certainly going to be some interchanges. It's just it's wild. Like, so as someone who drove all around New England for sales, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, like doesn't matter. Like 95 is a pretty straight shot from like the frightening middle of the woods in Maine where you think you're going to be murdered, you know, through New Hampshire, through Massachusetts, well into Rhode Island, and then Providence is like, whoa, buddy, hold on, we're going over here. Now, wait a minute, we're going over there. We're going to actually go back over here. Now over there again. It's dangerous. It's like, it throws you. Because it doesn't like, there's no warning that it's coming. It's like straight highway for 4 states. Hell, it might even be like straight highway from Quebec. And then Providence is like, no, we got buildings here, but we still want the highway kind of close by. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hate making intersections, so that alone makes 3 worth it. Should we talk about that now? Or Canadian Gaming, if you're hanging around, please don't let me forget to talk about that, because that is such an important factor of 3. But we're not on the 3 maps yet. We're close, though. We're getting there. Should I talk about it now before I forget? Adia, have you seen all the intersections for Map Pack 3? Because that is pretty cool. They're limited in use case because of some weird angles, but they may save you a ton of time. I really like the highways are great here. The edge of the map, again, it's like, why can I not go over there? But I could fill it in with trees to fix it. This is a very cool space. There's certainly a decent amount of flat space to build on either side of the valley here. But this is frustrating. This finished key wall over here, this perfectly flat land right behind it, and not being able to build on it. You know, I know I've said this a lot, and some of you have been tuned in for a while, but like, is it not almost infuriating? Like, why would you have that key wall there, but not build something 10 feet behind it? You know, Okay, maybe it's more than 10 feet. Maybe it's like 50 feet, 100 feet. But like, you know my point. You wouldn't have this giant quay wall here and this highway infrastructure if you couldn't build right there. Come over here for a minute. Like, plant some trees over here. Extend this mountain, maybe. Tunnel the highway off into the distance. Move everything over a square. Like, this is a beautiful map. But let us play over here instead of over there. That's the one downside here. This is an 81 tiles fixes it for me. Could we just delete those quay walls and not have the trains come all the way up here and put some trees over on this part of the peninsula and forget that it exists and then just be happy over here? I think we could. I think it's okay. But I would undo that. I would like completely disregard, and this is just like, you know, a river entry at that point. I'd probably sculpt it a little bit more because it would look a little ridiculous if the quay walls weren't there and if that was just the shape of the water. It's a beautiful map. It's an absolutely beautiful map. But again, like I was banging this drum for years while these packs were being made, like, please 9 tile considerations, please 25 tile considerations. And I think they fell on deaf ears for the most part. And I don't know, like maybe people looked at it and they're like, yeah, that's good enough for 25 tiles, but like, do they play with 25 tiles? Probably not. Hurts my hurty bits. I did like Land of the Isles a lot. So that was Mountain Plain, which I don't know. What do we do with Mountain Plain? I feel like maybe some of you were a little mixed on that one. Did I get the mixed vibes there? Ugly rocks. This map bottom tier. Yeah. So like, tell me more about that. Why do you think why is it bottom tier for you? I'm intrigued. I'm interested to know because I like the map. In part, I think 81 tiles could fix it, but second, like if you delete that quay wall and you terraform the river a little bit, I think it's fine. Like I think it could still be a really flexible map. I would put that one as what I call a strong contender. I'm not recommending is it a place that you have to build, but as I'm definitely putting it on the short list of things that I need to reconsider. What do we have here? The only one that I haven't done a build on at all is River Run. As far as I know, I don't think I've built on River Run. And I never did an actual season of Let's Play or anything on Oracle Lake. I don't know if I did any content. I might have just learned Plazas and Promenades on that. Maybe my video that I did for the Paradox channel, is it Paradox? It's Paradox. The Paradox channel might have been on Oracle Lake, but it might have been the early stages of Meander too. No, I think it was Oracle Lake. It's like they plucked out of some random rocks and placed them where they wouldn't be. Yeah, pretty much. All right, River Delta loading up. We're halfway through. We're just past the halfway point of Map Pack 2. In historical tradition, I suspect I'm going to be disappointed by Hotels and Retreats because the map packs themselves are more exciting. They're clearly better builders in the community than there are at Colossal. And maybe that's not saying much, like that's not a flex or anything. Like these are people that like, you know, do it semi-professionally, if not full-time. Like, well, actually, I don't know if they do. Of course, they don't do it full-time. But you know what I mean? Like they devote the same amount of time as a full-time job to it, probably. They know what they're doing. The intersection engineering in this map pack is second to none. This is a real wild looking kind of gecko-y river. Does anyone see the little dancing gecko that I see? Where's the edges of our map? The wide open clearings of trees make it tough to delineate the edges of the map, and that's unfortunately a continuing thing in this pack. Train into a tunnel. For such a beautiful map, the highway bends to me are really weird. Like, highways bend because of terrain, and this is just like so perfectly flat. If I'm trying to get over there, I wouldn't bend back. I would just drive straight. And maybe that hill coming up on the right is a little bit more, so you'd sweep around that. But you could also, I mean, you could landscape a bit. Generally easier to build these things in straight lines. It also is safer and faster. Very nice, very beautiful. But where do you build and where do you not build? So inside the train tracks here, you don't want to get too close to the edge. On this island for sure. So all of that peninsula. Over here, you got to be really careful again because it fades off into flatland. It's very nice. It's very nice. I think it's an 81 tiles one though, because like I would like to build on all of that peninsula, even if it's just some sparse stuff off in the distance. I'd want to build over here, and again, at the least, just like fill it with some more trees, cut off some of the routes there. It was a salamander. Not a gecko. Tectonic plates moved the roads they were straight to begin with. That's some serious tectonic action. Okay, we are on that was River Delta, right? That was River Delta, so this is River Plains. Okay, River Delta. 81 tiles. It needs work, it needs love. It's one of the better ones probably in the 81 tiles in my opinion. Like the map pack doesn't look bad, but again, it's not. It leaves a lot to be desired, at least in my opinion, on a 25 tile limitation. I'm also demanding and needy, so. We got some left. Is there anything quick that we can rifle off? Should we try and do another framed real quick? We got today's. What were the additional clues? Hiccup and Toothless. Okay. Let's pull up a random movie. I bet someone knows what that is right off the bat. Is that the retinal scan for the Oasis headset in Ready Player One? No, it is not. Damn it. What is this peephole? Okay. I feel like that's also iconic that somebody would pick up. If I had seen this movie, I feel like I would know this. Lilo and Stitch. That should also be a gimme, I bet, for somebody. I don't know. Is it a Terminator movie? What the hell is this? I don't see a lot of guesses coming in the chat, so I'm just going to give up on this one. Snowden. Okay. I like that they have him like hacking a row of servers. Like he grabbed the USB. They didn't have device restrictions or data restrictions. Okay, let's try one more in a minute. Let's get out of here and take a look at our next map. See, I think did I get all the tiles? I think a consequence of remastered, right? And going from 9 tiles to 25 tiles is you really want to flex that muscle. And it's unfortunate when you have to move in the edges of the map and retract your idea to make it work, because why wouldn't you keep building out there? Why would your city die? And it just needs a lot of trees to fix, because like you can't fix it at the very edge, because then again it just doesn't make sense. You kind of need to keep people away from the edge. Like I need to stay back here to not see the edge. The interchanges are great. The highways are simple. You know, I do like that about the later maps. There's some kind of, if you look in the top right, there's some kind of trumpet up there that no one will ever get anywhere near without 81 tiles. Okay, this one feels really big. It feels like there's a lot of good buildable space, but just that I would have done something very different with this as a creator for that one piece of the map, really. Because like this is at least hilly enough over here. So I think you could definitely do something with this space. But it's a contextual kind of, what are you planning to do with its thing? We were on River Plains, Table Mountains, and then my favorite map in the pack, Winding Rivers. So we were in Framed. Let's do this real quick before I forget. So River Plains, I think, is a great map that needs that 81 tiles touch. Do I save myself the trip here and just throw this on the must? Because I do highly recommend Winding Rivers. I'll show you why, though. Let's try another quick Framed. Shout out the answers if you know. Random movie. What is this? Captain what? Who has a Captain axe? That looks very very colonial. What was the Mel Gibson movie? The Patriot? I got it. Too easy. Too easy. Last of the Mohicans would not have been a bad guess, I think. So yeah, colonial America. Heath Ledger. And of course, Mel Gibson is the giveaway in the number 6 slot. Okay, Table Mountains. Let's see what we got. We've still got a loading screen. So it looked like over here on the right-hand side was a nice little mountain range. Highway and trains look good. See, now this makes sense. You're elevating the train to come across the river and maintaining that elevation across the roadway before you come down in a very smooth slope. The interchanges are pretty great. I will say, having played Meander, they look great. They don't perform great. I'll show you on the next map in particular. So this is really cool, right? Because like a pocket of trees right here, I think fixes a big problem with the edge of this map. Right there. Because then you have this arbitrary line that sort of separates things. You could have a thinly populated or industrial area right here. Maybe something else like that here, some kind of city service or something. And then focus your big build, even if it's like I can see a suburban city here. This might be a really good one, actually. I kind of like this one. I'm not crazy about this. Where does this even go? So there's a highway coming in over here that's not connected to anything. And there's like lines here like telling you where to connect it. Like, why didn't you just connect it for me? What are you doing? I gotta build this the rest of the way? Like, you obviously did you have to hand this in early and didn't have time to finish this? Kind of seems that's what that is. Because I've never seen like the tracings of what you should do, paint by numbers. That feels like that's a mistake. Okay, so train, there's some nice spots. I could see a suburban build here. I don't see a big city here, but I see some great ways to support some stuff. Maybe put like stadiums and sports or a university out here. You know, get that noise away from your main area. Train station over here for cargo and the industrial and commercial sector. This is all right. I'd like to build over there. I almost want to put it in 81 tiles. I don't know. Maybe you could build a big city here. I mean, of course, you could build a big city anywhere. I think people could make a big city work here. I like this one. Strong contender. Strong contender for sure. I sound like your teacher in actual voice or in cadence or the nonsense that I speak. Right? I'm pretty sure that is true. How many 25 tile maps could we complete before Cities 2? That's actually not a bad idea for a stream series. Filling up 25 tiles on each map until Cities 2 releases. Part 74. Okay, we did everything in here except for Winding River. I'll load this one up even though I already know I love it and I think I know where I will put it in the rankings. In fact, while that's loading, let me just talk about why. So Table Mountains, strong contender. I don't remember liking it. I remember not liking it and thinking like this isn't what I want, but having built now on Winding River, it's definitely a contender. I'm gonna like many of the builds I have previously done, Winding River is the exception. So Hanu, Wood Garden, Crater Falls, Swamplands, and Oracle Lake, I all built at a time when 9 tiles was the limitation. And it turns out that those were all good 9 tile maps. They're also all good 25 tile maps. Almost as if you're thinking about the tight constraints of the base game in your map design, it's just extending that idea out another 2 squares. So people that thought about that the first time round, it seems like they scale up well to 25 tile maps. Now, it just so happens that Winding Rivers was my favorite of the map pack 2 when looking at them all from a 25 tile perspective. So this one was my favorite, which is, I mean, that's like literally what we're here to talk about, is what are the best 25 tile maps. And without a doubt, in this map pack at least, this in my opinion is the best 25 tile map. It's up there in overall stack as well, but certainly in the map pack too, this is the one that I am most excited about from a 25 tile perspective. Skyrim 8 will be out before CS2. Now that's just crazy. I think like the 42nd version of Skyrim will be out, but Skyrim is technically Elder Scrolls 5. I don't know what Elder Scrolls 6 will be called, but I'm sure it'll be running on that ancient engine. Prison Architect 2 just disappeared? Like, did I not catch, like, it just, the game just disappeared? Wait, Daggerfall's the next one? Is it? No. Isn't that one of the old ones? Okay. Oh, seriously over-engineered intersection. But let's look at the tiles that we buy here. There's a bit wasted on the water, I will say. But look at this peninsula, right? I'm going to stay in this view for a minute. Look at the peninsula. You have all of the peninsula. It's within the confines of that, and almost the entirety of that island on the right. This is where I built the airport and the what do you call it? The theme, the amusement park and the zoo. In fact, Kung, where is it? You put it in cities. There's a clip that I would like to show you now from this very city. Where the heck is it? Hold on a second. I got to find this. It's worth it. It's a worthy diversion. If you're a fan of the channel, you know that fires are a thing around here. And honestly, we had one of the best fires I've ever had on my channel just the other night. Where is it? Here? And then massive fire. The heck? Why is it not? Hang on a second. Why is it not? There we go. 10 seconds, and there's fires bursting out. I also I don't know. What the heck? What the heck? So the best part about this is there's this tiny little fire, and I call it oh, you know what the hey, I've been here 10 seconds and there's a fire. And it's just 2 buildings on fire. It's no big deal. It's nothing. It's nothing. We're here 10 seconds and there's fires bursting out. I also I don't know. What the heck? What the heck?
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
I was gonna say maybe it's time to redo this area. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! The monorails are on fire. Every single tree there burns.
Meander did not disappoint.
The Theater of Wonders in the background caught fire as well eventually.
Oh my god, Elmo is right. Elmo is right. That's
the heck. So that was the other night. Just happened to load up Meander and saw that happened. Are we still loading in the background? No, we're not. We're at Meander. So but I wanted to show you the fire. So it's interesting, there are some odd cutoffs. Again, if we go back up into the areas, you have this entire peninsula. You don't have to make any concessions. There's a tiny little bit that's cut off from this, but it is absolutely not a big deal. You can build over here. I probably wouldn't touch this mountain too much because you'll want a landscape around it, won't be able to. I got rid of all this and flattened it out. All these old trenches. that don't make any sense. Like, I don't know what is it. Is it like a quarry? I guess, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's worth rebuilding into something. I made it my entertainment island, and then apparently it caught on fire. So that's fun. Put a nature park in the mountain. Yeah, you could do that. There's a lot of flexibility here. So where can you not go is the thing, right? And this kind of sucks up here. Like 81 tiles, it would be more fun to also use those spaces of that neatly carved out port space. Like you could have like a little wood industry up there that shipped everything out. But that is not an option. So you kind of have to just stay away from that. You could use this space in the valley over here, or this one as well up this way. So there's some room, but if you build things over here, you got to be careful because again, it's that principle of why would you just stop all of a sudden? So I think if you keep things constrained here, and then obviously this being your main build, it's a massive area. If you don't want to build infrastructure, there's already some infrastructure built in, but this will not support it. It breaks at like 50,000 people. It cannot handle 50,000 people. It couldn't in my build. I don't know. This is interesting. There's bus lanes, bus only roads, and notice that like the entrance and exit is bus only, but the rest of it isn't. So like, I don't know what that does. I don't know if that like, if people don't even get on the road to begin with because they can't drive that segment, or like they get out of their car here somehow. I deleted it. I changed it to regular roads, and the intersection is relatively similar. Most of this is still in my map as well, and it doesn't function well, but I'm okay with it because like it's about the rest of the build. But this is a really, really fun build for the space. If this is the only map that I built on, I loved Meander so much as a build that it was well worth. Well, I was going to say it's well worth the cost of the map, but this is when I was still getting stuff for free from them. But I certainly would pay, let's say $6 today. I think it's 5 and change. So yeah, it does look very unnecessary, right? Like what is all this doing? Well, it's an interchange between the two highways, but also like you're going to hook up maybe a neighborhood or a back road over here. Like, yeah, but like what? It's so that like people can turn around everywhere. It's kind of crazy and yeah, unnecessary. And I can tell you for sure, again, from experience, that it doesn't matter how over-engineered that looks. It does not even handle a medium-sized city. Okay, that was the last of Map Pack 2, which means we have 2 things left. We have hotels and retreats, and then Map Pack 3, and maybe like if you care, I'll load up New Boston that I was working on. So hotels and retreats, I have not given these enough of a shot. I definitely didn't start a new map around the time these came out, so I wasn't really looking for one either. I was in Meander mode. Threw in traffic circles as a cherry on top, yeah. Okay, Canadian Gaming, I haven't forgotten, and we're almost there. We got to talk about the intersections when we get to Map Pack 3. Because I think you're right, it is perhaps the key selling point. Even if you don't get the maps. Use none of the maps. Throw them out. Keep the intersections. They are very nice. I really do appreciate Teddy for doing that. I still think, and if anyone is listening, it'd be odd for them to be tuned in to like, hour 3. But I've said it and I will continue to say it. We need a Yumble Intersections pack. And my God, how badly I want a Mr. Mason Fall Trees pack. I would just turn like every map, every city I've ever built into a New England fall town. Fall trees everywhere. I wish that was a thing. The like pink and purple and flowered trees add so much color to like my downtown builds for Meander and Plainville. Like to see red and yellow and orange trees, like I will pay the money for that, please. And it would be so easy to implement. It's literally just changing the color palette of existing trees. Totally fine with that. You don't have to make new trees. I mean, heck, you don't have to, you could do it in house. Like you don't have to hire Mr. Mason to do it, but you should, because he is the tree guy. But like, just give us some different colored trees even. Please. They could be like red painted. I don't care. All right. So right away, better with 81 tiles, no doubt, but can we build on it for sure? Disregard the flickering of remastered. It's fine when you zoom, when you get in there. The textures just totally break when you zoom out. It's wild. It's so wild. Come on. This is what they had to rush it out the door because they were announcing CS2. And who's going to buy remastered when 2's coming? So we'll give them this. It's ready. It's good to go. It's fine. What could you possibly see wrong with this? Looks fine, right? Okay. So the map is very beautiful. Like that's not the map creator's fault. Okay, you ready for an intersection? Who's ready for an intersection? This is an intersection. Ready? Look at that. Look at how smooth that is. That's an intersection. That's an intersection. Hotels and retreats. The very last DLC, because the next one that offers maps is done by a content creator. So it took them till the very last DLC to build silky smooth interchanges into their maps. It's like they talked to one of the content creators that made the maps and was like, how do you do this? Like, oh, it's easy. You just got to do these couple things differently. And they're like, oh, okay. I will also build silky smooth interchanges into our maps. Like somebody learned that lesson for the last DLC. The irony of that timing. They didn't learn this one. No, I mean, at least size-wise, it's fine, but it's just like, it is really funny for me to make that compliment to then see a train triangle immediately afterwards. Okay, here's the other thing. What's the most frustrating thing about this train triangle? We can't change it. You literally can't fix it because they decided to hook this monstrosity around the rock just out of the zone. And it's like, it's the kind of thing that like when you play test, you say, oh man, I put this just outside the zone. Let's put it down here. But again, I'm gonna rant for a bit in the next load here. Cause it's so, all right, pardon me. I'm going to swear because I can't not swear. It's so fucking frustrating to tell them for years and years and years and years. Consider 9 tiles, consider unmodded, consider 25 tiles. Because the timing of this DLC release, when I think about that context of that feedback, is infuriating. Because, like, just right there, like, they triggered me with a stupid train triangle on the edge of the map and dangling the stupidity off the map where you can't fix it. And because of that, this otherwise fine map is getting relegated to the absolute bottom trash tier because it is a perfect indicator of everything they've done to slap console players in the face. Hold on a second. We're not in the last map pack yet. We are on, that was Coastal Flatland, a perfectly beautiful map. That is a reminder that although they learned how to make an intersection on the last DLC, they didn't learn to cater to their audience. And what I mean by that is, let's look at the order. We've been doing these in the order that they were released. Disregard Mel Gibson there. He's unrelated. Random movie will start next. So we've gone through all the different DLCs, and now we're starting to see, for the first time, cool intersections in a DLC made by CO, not made by a content creator. And in fact, the intersections is one of the major selling points of the next map pack. It gets even crazier how good the intersections are. So they just figured out how to make intersections in the last DLC of the life cycle of the game, or at least for maps that we know of now. So they just figured out how to make intersections, but they didn't figure out that some people might be playing the game and buying this map with 9 tiles or with 25 tiles. And they didn't learn the lesson by the last DLC that train triangles are stupid and can break your game, can completely break your train routes. And although you could technically break the triangle, you could never remove it because they dangled that little intersection of train just off the edge of a 25 tile map. And the kicker is that Hotels and Retreats came out after Remastered. Hold on a second. I'm almost positive. Hey Google, when did Hotels and Retreats DLC come out for City Skylines? Okay, so this came out after... Hey Google, stop. This came out after Remastered, and this came out after months and months and months of me giving feedback that you need to consider 9 tile players, and at least a month or two of me chirping like a jerk in the Discord, in the creator Discord. And again, I can't talk about who's in there, I can't talk about what they say, but I can absolutely talk about what I advocate for the community. And I was begging them to consider 9 tile maps and 25 tile maps. Oh yeah, Mouse. No, 25 tiles is great. 25 tiles are great going to be great on these maps. We've learned that lesson. Have you? Have you? Have any of them? No, because they all play with 81 tiles because it's like a default mod. No, because they all play with Move It. So, like, the default road tools are fine. Oh. Okay, so I'm climbing out of my rant hole. To be fair, no train triangle is efficient in any event. That's true. Okay, well now improper signaling, you're getting into transport fever territory, which I'm wondering, like, if that crossover will steal anybody's heart. People that were wanting more of CS2, and they'll find what they were looking for in a transport fever. Again, another great intersection. Intersections they've learned. Like, look, this is absolutely unheard of. Until this point, honestly, like, this is the first time we see them sculpting the land to work the on-ramps underneath, the very gradual and symmetrical changes in height. Like props to them. Like they're that's the thing. They're learning some lessons, but they're not learning, in my opinion, some of the important ones for the console players, for the console community. So there's actually some cool little spots here. Like I could see a farm here, but the trees are like just thick enough. I like this a lot. I like this. So far, I like this. This is good over here too. Again, thick enough. I wish the trees were persistent through there, but you know what? We're not building over here anyways. So we would build here and through here. So I can certainly see a lot of structure in that central. Maybe a little bit here, but it's like, it's almost like, I almost wouldn't want to. I'd want to be very minimal. I think this is kind of like a purposeful map. Like it's good in the right circumstance. But I'm not seeing anything that's egregious from a 25 tile perspective. It's okay. This would be nice, but I think you don't build on this beach as a result. I think you build on that one if you have to. This is okay though. It's a little bit limited in scope. Like you could build here as your primary build, and again, like maybe you do something over here, but you don't have a lot of room to play with in the existing configuration. It's middle of the road. It's all egregious. Okay, that was Crapioca. What was that? We did Coastal Flatland. That was Emerald Cliffs, I assume. It sure looks like it. Shout at me if I was wrong. We're on to Biomes Valley next, and I need to pull up the sheet. I say the sheet a lot. It's the tier list, which I will share. Again, I think you can make your own as well as just see my results. Yeah, Emerald Cliffs is kind of medium tier for me, which is still like, none of these are a terrible spot to be in, except for the don't waste your time loading the game. Those are pretty harsh critiques of something that I just don't like about the map in particular. And as you can see, couple base game, two natural disasters. They had 3 maps. That's rough. Park Life had 2 of 5. Industries had 1 of 5. Hotels and Retreats 1 of 5 so far, but we're only halfway in. A couple Hotels and Retreats, and then Map Pack 3, and then I think it's just about deciding where the next build is. Do I start it next week? Do we let's play video, or do we keep going with the streams? Do we do both? Do detail work on a stream? I'm up for it. Whatever. There's options. Man, I switch over thinking like, oh, I'm probably killing time inappropriately in a browser looking at the list of the remaining maps, but no, I'm not. It's like we're still waiting for it to load. This is a mood. I like it. We've been listening to Stream Beats from Harris Heller tonight on all the synthwave playlists, and I'm digging it. I skipped once or twice. Mood's a little bit all over, but I'm okay with that. Okay. Here we are in Biomes Valley. Right, what was the last one? It was middle of the road, Emerald Cliffs. And what did we get a... Where was the other Did I get them out of order? Because we have 3 here. Hotel. Oh, we had a bottom tier and then a mid tier. Okay, I forgot it was bottom tier. I was looking everywhere else up the list. Okay, so we are at Biomes Valley, the middle of the hotels and retreats. Hotels and retreats? I did not mess with that much. I think I put some hotels in Plainville just to mess around with it. I don't even know if I ever put any in other maps. The aesthetics of this map are quite possibly the most... This might be my favorite map aesthetically speaking. I absolutely love the look of this map. This is such a cool looking map. Why did I not build on this? I must have hated something about the tiles. That makes perfect sense there. That's great. That's a train going off into the woods. Did I totally underestimate this map? Does this have shipping lines coming through here? You have shipping lines on this map? Oh my God. What is this? What is this map? What is this map? Do another one for the community choosing for the lives? That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. Okay. Okay, hold on a second. I need to evaluate this again. I'm sorry. Starting from the lake, I'm totally fine with this side. Off into the woods goes the train, up over the hill. Ignore all that. That's fine. We don't have to build on top. We could build some farms if we wanted to. It wouldn't actually even be that atrocious if we can run the road back down here responsibly, which I feel like we could with just a little bit of landscaping. Be a bit of a switchback, most likely, if we want to be realistic. And if this is ship traffic coming through, we could have a little cargo port over here off on the side. Maybe a farm there, but probably just fill that in with trees and then build there. That's our starting point. Man, okay. You know what? I really, really, really like this map. Sorry, so much zooming the camera around. I love this map. I love the aesthetics of it. I'm not upset with any of the cutoffs. How was the let's go back and check what the resources were like. I honestly can't believe there was shipping paths through there. That was hotels and retreats, Biomes Valley. It's a very appropriate name. It has all connections, all resources. It doesn't have frustrating lines of sight around the edge of the map for the most part. Like, it's very hey, hold on. Let's load Shifting Sands and put that in top tier. Because I just found a serious, I want to say a serious contender, but I shouldn't say that because that is tier 2 technically. A serious contender for the next map that I want to build on. So hotels and retreats coming in at the end of the DLCs, or at least the ones that included maps. Honestly, a surprise for me. I wonder how I didn't recognize the beauty of that one sooner. 2 more hotels and retreats, and then we're on to the last map pack. Good excuse to use cable cars? Yeah, actually, that's a great idea, Canadian Gaming. I like that. I don't like. I think I've only put them in. Maybe get an achievement on the OG game. There's so many achievements I don't have on Remastered. It's pretty, I'm pretty lacking on that front. That might be fun on a stream too. Build up, I gotta build up a city real big first though to really benefit from that. Meander's not that big. I think you just found the map, AC. You think that's the one? I like it a lot. Like, that's a very cool map. I am very much a fan of that one. So, did we get... So tonight we added Oracle Lake. Winding River was kind of already going to be there in my mind. I really like it. Was my favorite of the second map pack for 25 tiles. And this one was a surprise. Maybe I just wasn't hunting for maps and I like looked at it real quick. Maybe I even looked at it from like a 9-tile perspective because I was still so 9-tile coded early on in Remastered. Because don't forget, Remastered came out and I had a broken bug and was like, screw this, I am not committing time to this to lose my save. You fix that and then I will get serious about it. And I waited a while for Meander. But either way, it's kind of a surprise to me that was hiding in the Hotels and Retreats DLC. Oh, hey, speaking of, this is the next one. What the hell is it? Shifting Sands, also from Hotels and Retreats. So I think what I need to do first, and I it's a shame I figured this out this late in the cycle, is buy everything, come to a corner, and then just slow sweep it. And just soak it in for a minute. Because the map is beautiful. That's a great map. But where's it going to let us build is a question. And where do we have to cut our ideas off? This is weird over here. I'm not crazy about this. I'm so New England coded and like pine coniferous trees everywhere. It confuses me that it's like, I don't know, what does the city look like in the sand? I'm so used to this idea of like houses and buildings are where the trees aren't. So it confuses my brain when there's these giant open spaces of trees. I like it. It's a beautiful map. I don't know what to build on it. I wouldn't know what to do with this space. And I think because of that, I got to throw it in the middle category because I could say that, 81 tiles because I want to feather off the edges, but like some people are thinking Desert City or like what they want to build, and they don't see that same restriction that I do. And I don't think it's a problem with the map, and I don't think it's something that 81 tiles fix. I think it's something that like I have trouble conceptualizing builds on the desert maps. In fact, if we look at the ranking on the tier list, let's see where the deserty maps are ranked. I bet they're all on the lower side. I bet there's some bias happening here. That was Shifting Sands. So we got Weaving Waters, and then Caldera County was somebody's favorite. And I know I've referred to that twice now. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. But I do remember it was your favorite. Have I never been to Phoenix? I have never been to Phoenix. I've been to Albuquerque and Santa Fe out that way. I've been to the Four Corners. I don't know if I've been really into Arizona, have I? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I am familiar with like Phoenix metro area. It still doesn't help me visualize it the same way. Do I need to catch up on the tier list? Shifting Sands. So like, what did I say? Like it's not a waste. It's me not knowing what to do with it. Okay, so where are the deserty maps? Where are the deserty maps? Your mileage may vary. Desert Oasis, Wyvern Pass, Shifting Sands. Windblown Coast. Like, I don't know what to do with these things that are sandy. There's definitely some bias happening here. Okay, what's the deal with weaving waters? That's the question to answer next. So the maze, people were digging on the maze, huh? Are we pretty much in agreement that that Maze Valley is a heavy contender? For ones that I truly haven't built on, it's River Run and Maze Valley. I don't think I've published anything for Oracle Lake. Oracle Lake is beautiful though. River Run is amazing, and Maze Valley was pretty chill. I still feel like I was more overwhelmed by River Run when I saw it, but I could be wrong. How come I forget the name like as I'm collapsing it? So ADHD. Weaving Waters. I said that like 30 seconds ago and I forgot it. Okay, so we have access to the highway up there. It's pretty okay. So we've got 2 highways, but it's, you know, again, we're maintaining a very simple principle of much easier highway interchanges than early maps had, where they had like 2 very close interchanges and they would connect to each other on the map multiple times. So it's nice to see that they're just kind of like going off into 4 different directions. Okay, so if we don't build over there in the woods, where do we build? Probably not at all on that side of that interchange. And our build is really going to be right there. So where are our lines? In that water. And then to the side of there. So that's actually a pretty good spot for a build. And you could also build over here. Where is the arbitrary line behind it though? So stay inside the train track probably. Stay inside the train track and the highway. And kind of keep things focused along this city. Now, is there boat routes through here? Plenty of fishing through there. Can you see boat routes? Is that under transport? No. Are boat routes here and I'm just not seeing it? Or can I like go into transport, shipping? Okay, so you can hook in on this map over here by the old abandoned factories. That's nice. Okay, so I like that this stays inside the... Have to keep that factory connected. Okay. I'm kind of digging on this one too. Like it's definitely keeping the build constrained to between the highways. But it's a good amount of space. I kind of like this one. I don't know that it's as inspiring as some of the others, so it's strong contender category for me. But it's certainly one I would recommend people checking out depending on the type of thing that you want to build. Okay, Weaving Waters, Caldera County. Okay, here we go. And then we can talk about those intersections, Canadian Gaming. Want to find, I want to find something that's really going to inspire me. There's two builds that I'm looking for. Something to real inspire something different. Like I'm totally fine with that. Like cable cars, for example. When have I ever done cable cars? Like, I don't know, like jokingly in a map just for an achievement. But like, it would be so cool to lean into some things that I don't normally do. And you have to kind of do that in maps that you don't normally touch. So like that whole middle ground is actually really stronger than some people might think, quickly taking a look at this tier list. How can you not build here? Like, I highly recommend these things and have committed time to them. Keep in mind, PC players, we're talking about this from a 25 tile perspective, and that does shift the discussion a little bit about how good a map is if you can't touch those things outside of the 25 tiles. So that's definitely going to influence some of the decisions here, but these are the ones that I just so highly recommend. And again, almost all of them are ones I've done Let's Plays on, and on the OG console version, which was 9 tile. So these maps being good at 9 tile, it's a natural extension that they'd also be good at 25. The map designers kind of respected that space, I think. Now, strong contenders are maps that I really like, but just don't hit quite as hard. They're all great, and like, you may love them more than me, but they're flexible. I can see small towns, I can see big towns, I can see a lot of different things happening in the strong contenders category. The your mileage may vary category is exactly what it says in the tin. If you want to build a desert town, I can't see it, but it's a beautiful map. If you want to build farmlands, probably with the cheats on, that would be okay, but like, unfortunately, it's oil and ore and forestry that's been painted down, negating what you can do with the farmlands if you're not playing with mods. And that's very unfortunate, but like, you could still do something kind of cool with it. But you have to make concessions because aesthetics took over rather than the design. It's not actually farmlands. It's a little bit of farmland mixed in with oil and ore. But your mileage may vary. Like, it's not the middle tier per se. Like, it's like these could be banger maps depending on what you're planning to do. These just kind of suck unless you're playing with 81 tiles. There's something that's so frustratingly stupid about their design that like I would recommend 81 tiles to fix it. And then some of them unfortunately are just not even worth the load time, especially if you're talking about modded. But you've seen how slow remastered loads are. They're not much better. I shouldn't say that. Like, I always had a decent PC, so like my load times were sub 5 minutes even when I heavily modded cities. But like, I know people that had 30-minute load times, and that's just like insane to me. I can't sit down to play a game and then not be able to play it for 30 minutes. Like, I'm like, there are times in my life, especially like when my daughter was younger, like 30 minutes is the session. I can't just be starting it. Look at that. Look at that interchange. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Which, speaking of, what map are we on? This is what? This is Weaving Waters? Okay. So they put their best intersection in their last map off the map. So here's a partial cloverleaf with an exit way back here. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So very cool. Like, if you use the countryside and Revo's pack, I could see this doing some really cool things. The river through here is really nice. I like the rough back and forth of a tiny little river like this, like struggling its way, running into something and finding an easier path. Like, this makes sense for a river on the smaller side like that. I really like what that's doing design wise. And then dumping out into here is it's a very chill spot. Let's examine our corners again. So we've got a winding highway up there. That's a choice. Oh wait, this is the first one in Map Pack 3? Did I not load Weaving Waters? What was Weaving Waters? Where did I want to put Weaving Waters? Did anyone... What did I do with Weaving Waters? Did I skip it or did I load it? Okay. This is Caldera County. Thank you, Canadian Gaming. If anyone remembers what I did with Weaving Waters, please let me know. So I'm liking this one. I can see why this one was recommended. The crater that this is all carved out in. What's up here? Another beautiful. That makes a lot of sense with the interchanges then. I loaded it, but I don't think I said. Now I forget. This is great. I love this. So it's a shame that train comes off and comes on, but I don't want to fix it. Like, it's fine. It's fine all the way through here. It's fine under this piece of highway. It's fine over that. Like, that's all beautiful. I don't need to change it, and I don't need to build up there because, like, the build is down here. I see why this is so highly recommended. Okay. That just made top tier for me. That is absolutely, Caldera County is absolutely a you must build here recommendation. Now, seriously, what the hell did I do with Weaving Waters? Do I reload Weaving Waters to figure out? Dang it, I forget. Okay, I'm gonna leave Weaving Waters for down there for now. I'm not gonna do that to you, just reload into it that fast. Man. I'll see it and instantly remember what I wanted to do with it. I'm sorry, chat. Let's just get it out of the way. Weaving Waters was the last one. Come on, you're still in memory. You're still in memory. Don't even tell me it's gonna take as long to load. Thanks for getting me through with Firewatch. A no call out night is a good night for sure. All right, man. Have a good evening. I'm glad it was a quiet one for you. Use it for the intersections. That is a good point. So, okay, Adia, you're active in the chat right now, which is perfect because this might be, you've got to keep this in mind as we're going through Map Pack 3. Map Pack 3 is not just a map pack, it is also an intersection pack, or more specifically, a highway interchange map and a roundabout. So I am going to show you those interchanges. Those come with Map Pack 3. I know you've been here the whole time, but you're, like maybe you're off doing something. I'm just saying it's perfect timing for you to be active in chat and fresh in the feed because this is the selling point that I wanted to show you, but we kind of wanted to wait until we were on Map Pack 3. So even though I'm loading the previous map, Canadian Gaming makes an excellent point that we can just use it to show the intersections. Okay. I was saying, okay, like it's like I'm transitioning, like I'm gonna come over here and like we're ready to go. Like, no, we're still waiting for the freaking load. There we go. Look at that. Like, it got faster when I complained. Okay, Weaving Waters. Oh yeah, no, I like this one a lot. I like this one very, very much because you could build on either side of the river. Sorry, I meant to. So, did I put this in the possible next builds or strong contender? I feel like I could see a lot of things happening here. Complaining always helps. I mean, Apple doesn't appreciate it. Okay, so where does this go? I'm conflicted. So let's move it up here no matter what. I think it is absolutely a strong contender. Is it a must? It's not as must as some of these spots that I really love for nostalgic purposes, and most likely will go back to build on 25 tiles, except for Winding River, which was a 25 tile build. Maze Valley came out of nowhere for me for hotels and retreats. Like, can I give 2 must builds to hotels and retreats? I don't know. Did I give 2 must builds to? I gave 2 must builds to Sunset Harbor. Maze Valley's great. Like, I really like Weaving Waters. I don't think it's a must build. I think it's a very strong build. And I think even if we drag it down to 81 tiles, like, you could make a more compelling mountainous surrounding for it. Are you saying why not a must build? Is that what you're saying, Turbo? I am torn. I'm torn. It's up there, but I think I have so many that I want to go back to on 25 tiles, and then a couple new ones that like really jump out. And I don't think that I think Weaving Waters is great, but I think it's on the cusp. It's on the edge. And I think it just needs a little bit of tuning in 81 tiles and landscaping to push it over that edge, to make it an absolutely must build. So I think it stays there for now. But okay, Adia, intersections. Are you ready for this? So, Map Pack 3. When you come in fact, do we want to... I'm going to do this 2 different ways. One, I'm going to buy areas. One, I'm going to show you how some of these drop in on regular terrain. And then 2, I'll show you what happens if you flatten it and maybe raise it up 1 level. So let's do that. In fact, we'll use one side of the river for that and the other side of the river for the standard. So a great way to do that really quick is the airport tool, because it is way better at leveling instantaneously than the landscaping tool is. And we'll just give ourselves plenty of room to do some intersections here. Okay, so if we head over into the roads, there's this content creator tab, and you have all the bridges and stuff. But if we go to the end, you have all these intersections. So let me just drop these in so you can see them. Wow, this is going to take up a lot more room than I thought it was. So this one is the Clover Mill interchange. I'm dropping it on perfectly flat ground, and it creates a little carve out. You will have a tough time if you don't put it on flat ground. Alternatively, if you raise it up 1 on, well, and maybe not even that much, maybe if you go back into interchanges, sorry, and then right bump, no, is that not the, okay, hold on. If you go into road tools and change it here, elevation step all the way down, I think that lets you not like throw it into the sky when you elevate it once. So like here, if we're on flat ground, and I'm just going to elevate once, and it makes it a little less clunky if you're dealing with non-flat terrain, because if you try and do that on rough terrain like here, it's probably going to create a weird tunnel segment. It didn't, but it can. So it's not perfect, but there's some beautiful looking intersections, right? So this is the Clover Mill. Take a look at that for a second. It fixes some of the problems of the cloverleaf because you're exiting all of this traffic before you're introducing any. And again, you're exiting, you're introducing. You're introducing up here. So like the Clover Mill, the clover leaf, I can tell you from personal experience, Massachusetts loves them and they are awful. And they're dangerous. They have crossover traffic, and anything that is dangerous for real life humans is especially slow for the Sims. It's unfortunate that you can see through the world there. Huh. Okay, that's the Clover Mill. I may not have enough room for this, so let me just delete that. We'll go back into the roads again, the custom content creator tab, and we've got some other things too. So there's the double trumpet interchange. I will drop a couple of these down. Double trumpet, three-way stack, and regular trumpet. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so that's what will happen on totally flat ground. That's a particularly great example of how this can be super wonky still. And in fact, there's a bunch of stuff happening under the ground there that I have to switch over here to go under to get. That's fun. So which one was that? That was the first. Nope. This one. So we'll raise that up once to do that. It'll still like carve into the ground a little bit, as you can see. But that's the double trumpet. This is the triple stack. And then this is the regular trumpet, which again, like they're better a level up than they are on the ground. I will say that. They're more consistent. And then what you can do, of course, what you can do, I'm sure you're already thinking it, but just to show, you can grab your landscaping tool. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to raise it up one. So, here, raise it up a level off the ground. We'll raise it up too. It doesn't matter. So you raise it up a little bit off the ground, and then you can use your landscaping tool to bring the ground up to it. So it doesn't look like it's floating. Like you can just raise it up a bit for certain segments and pull up your highway knowing that. So you can either take all day with that, or you can probably bring out with a little bit more strength and then just soften that out afterwards. And obviously you can take more time to do it correctly, but that's an easy way to do it, is just raise it up a bit and then smooth the ground out into the intersection. Okay, there's a couple more I'll drop in here. So this is the Parklo. We saw this, I think. So I'm doing these all raised so that we just don't have to worry about. So, but this is connecting not to a highway, but connecting to a 4-lane, two-way road. You've got the Parklo interchange, second variation. You'll notice that a lot of these are at a 45-degree angle. So if you're in the habit of running your highways along your main roads or perpendicular to occasionally, you may run into some weird issues here where dropping it in is a little inconvenient. But you can also use these to kind of build new infrastructure very easily. This is another Parklo option where it's all on one half. A diverging diamond, which personally, it's going to go underground. That's interesting. I cannot, I understand. Does anyone have a diverging diamond near them? I understand the principle of this. It is terrifying to drive on, and it doesn't matter what you do. The more intersections you put next to one another, the more likely you are to introduce problems with cities sims. And it doesn't look like these have lights at all too. This is just free-flowing insanity. Oh my god, I kind of want to put one of these in one of my maps just to see this absolutely breakdown. There's no way that works in vanilla cities without, well, yeah, that needs mods, right? There's no way that works without mods. There's no way. That would break the game so hard. They would not know what to do. So very cool intersection, but cooler for modded players for sure. I kind of want to put that in just to prove a point that that's not gonna work. There is a dog bone that is pretty cool, and there's a lot of stuff happening with the lanes here. So 3 lanes down to 2, or no, I'm sorry, down to 3, but it's a 1 on the left, 2 on the right. You can dump in these 2 lanes into a single lane, which is an odd choice, I think. And then you can either run the roundabout or get onto the side street. or continue through this little loop. So that's pretty cool. And then there's a concentrated roundabout, a much tinier roundabout, which, remember when you were doing all that stuff the other day, Tia, messing around with the snapping? Like, that's actually a little wonky how that sat in the ground there. Like, that's not a great example, honestly. This is the remastered experience, though. Like, look at that. That's wild. Is it? Oh, it's footpaths here. Those footpaths are weird, but interesting though. That would. Oh, that's actually really freaking clever. So you can use highway, and then just skirt the footpaths on the outside. Can you fit trees in between the two? Not that they're great for visibility, but they're great for aesthetics. Oh my god. Okay, that just became a that's an idea right there. That's a great idea. I love it. How tiny. This is a very small loop. So those are the intersections that come with the third map pack. Sorry we had to take that diversion, but I think it is an important one because that is definitely a major selling point of that DLC. Not a fan of the Diverging Diamond. Sorry, not a fan of the Diverging Diamond, but they're supposed to be safe IRL. Yeah, like, if you like, especially like the first time you encounter one though, they're terrifying. Like, why are there cars heading towards me at this angle? Okay, we went into Caldera County and loved it. This is Expedition Harbor. One of the last map pack that we're looking at out of 92 maps. It's crazy. Okay, and are we all caught up? Expedition Harbor. Okay. Tonight we added Oracle Lake, Winding River, Biomes Valley, and Caldera County all to the how can you not build here? You must build here. Oh, let's do a quick framed. Does anyone have any idea here? This looks like apocalyptic. I'm not going to be good at this. Adia says Silent Hill. GG. Nice job. Let's see if it would have gotten any easier for me. Not for me, probably. I would not have known this. I might have had a guess at this one. I'm not sure. But I'm kind of an idiot sometimes. What's this one? Is this the remake of Clash of the Titans? Get the hell out! Get out! I didn't even see it. I did not even see it. Oh, wait, is it the first one? No, okay. Interesting. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, got that one right off the bat. Are we still... Okay, maybe we'll get another framed in between maps. Okay, this is, I already forgot, surprise, surprise. Expedition Harbor, of course, of course. Oh, really? I did not think we were going all the way over there. That's still a lot of water, though. That is a lot of water. That is like 2 full tiles, 3, 4, 5 full tiles of water. Okay. So what do we have? We have all this. That's a... I guess that could be for boats to go underneath. It'd be good if they actually have the shipping lines there. That would make a ton of sense and just add to the realism. That's pretty cool. Okay, so roundabout overload on this one. It's a bus lane in the middle. You want the bus cutting all the way to the middle in all this traffic? Holy crap, that seems like a bad idea. These are nice interchanges. How are the edges? Okay, this edge is totally fine. It's all encompassing. All encompassing. That trails off into the woods. That's perfect. This is mountainous. This is great. Okay. I love the borders of this one. It's a nice mountain. There's a lot of stuff going on here. It doesn't look like farming is much of an option because of, and again, this is a consequence of using those resources to paint the map, which I won't argue, like, it looks good. That's all farmland? What? I'm shooketh. I did not think that was all farmland. Maybe because it's so much of it and like there's no contrasting. Like it's not like the best, but it's actually way better than I thought it was. Holy cow. Well, thank you for that. Okay, take it back. I'm sorry. I'm looking around for an angle. Let's look from over here. I'm trying to see if I see a big city here. If I see what would be a megalopolis somewhere, then I could recommend it. If not, then it's like it's relegated to one of those niche roles. And I feel like this would be such a cool countryside, the mountain resorts. It would be very cool. We got a plane up there. Can we go up and see the plane? Okay. Yeah, it's up here. There we go. He's gonna buzz us. It's just a blob, huh? Okay, no, it did have that's weird. It did have a coat, but it was like all reflecting white. So is it relegated to a role? Or can we see a big city? I mean, I can see a low density city here. I wonder what the milestones are capped at. It would be a great college town map. You know what? I might throw this in a you must build. It's definitely strong contender category. It'll go strong contender for now, and I'm going to think about it while we do another framed. So back to, that was Expedition. That's a nice one. I like that one a lot. I think this, and I don't think I looked to start a map on Map Pack 3 yet. Did I? Did I not? I don't think I did. But the intersections are really good. The intersections were what convinced me to buy it because I hadn't seen the maps really yet. It's where I haven't bought a DLC for this game since season 1. This is the first time I went. Map Pack 3 was the first one I picked up. That I had to pay for out of pocket since season 1. Bad map for a fire outbreak? I mean, isn't that one of the reasons why people would want to see me build on it? Okay, a quick framed. Actually, are we caught up on our list? Expedition Harbor is very strong contender and possibly going up to the top tier tonight. I'm proud of that guess for a movie I haven't seen. This looks like this should be very indicative of something. Was there some kind of an Alice in Wonderland? No? Okay. Cliff notes for the Bell Jar and a copy of Info Magazine, The Fall of the American Teen. Is it Kanga? Is that? Oh God, Kanga! Nice job, Kanga. Did you type that out at the croquet? I knew it looked familiar. I 100% would have had it at number 3. 100%. This is such a good movie. I don't think Apple has seen this. Will you please, Kanga, sell her on how good this is? It's so ridiculous. Okay, where are we at in the load? We're in. Okay, let's go. Nice job, Kanga. That was an impressive one. Okay, this is a wonky layout. Okay, let's buy everything. Let's see what we're dealing with. Okay. Okay, where's our zone? So like this one, you probably know if you've been here, this one's gonna be a little bit more frustrating for me because it like I want to build, even if it's just little farms up there, like the towns and things should keep on going. So where do we constrain our build? Inside of the highway, most likely. Maybe something down here, but man, you got to cut it off before the river and not on the other side. Even though like there's this resource pocket right there. Like, don't tell me that you made this with 25 tiles in mind. I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you'd put a resource pocket right on that line. I mean, it's convenient, I guess, that the river runs right there. How's the rest of it? Okay. That would be a fun little valley to build in. So, sorry, I'm whipping the camera around a lot in this one. I'm trying to figure out the boundaries here. So it's beautiful. It's like the landscape is beautiful. I'm torn. I think I like it. Edge of Map Fog. Hello, Edge of Map Fog, my old friend. Give us another shot of the highway. Come on. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I was trying to get a view of it all from a different angle, maybe. I don't know how I feel, but I think it's a beautiful map. It's context specific again, because like you've got to build something really particular in it. Do you prefer to watch it, Fog? I mean, I do. It is an old friend of the channel. So it's made many, many appearances. That was Fondue Lake. Karstlands. Karstlands. So let's go put Fondue River. What? Where is it? Over here next to Heather's. Fondue Lake. Fondue River. It's made of chocolate. Fondue Lake. Your mileage may vary. If you've got something you want to do with it, I'm sure it's going to be beautiful. We'll kick it on over to the fog for an update. Thank you for the update, Fog. That's great. We're getting there. Look at this. We almost got one row. Almost one row left. We're there. And then we just have to make a very difficult decision that will affect all of our futures. Which you gotta decide, Sonny. Which parent do you want to go home with? Okay, another framed. Let's see if Kanga gets this one as easily. I'm gonna go on a limb and say no. But prove me wrong, I don't know. So he's eyeing the security camera, okay. Is that Bruce Willis? Is Bruce Willis in the back there? Is it Unbreakable? And if not, what was the sequel? What was the sequel to Unbreakable? Was that M. Night? Is it not? Is that not? Was Unbreakable M. Night? Because Unbreakable was Bruce Willis and Sam Jackson, and then the sequel was something about him being fragile. He was Mr. Glass, but is that the name of the next movie? Okay. It is an option. Okay, that's got to be it. Nice. So, yeah, that's Bruce Willis in the back there. And you said that's M. Night? Were you saying that's M. Night's movie, or is that M. Night? I don't even know. I haven't seen him in like 20 years. I don't know. Okay, we must be in. We're in. Look at this. Look at this little thing. What is going on here? Is this covered bridge roads? How did you do this? This is insane. Like, how did you get this little raised segment of bridge? Like, what is this? That's wild. That's wild. That's pretty crazy. Like, this map, let's take a tour, because this map is, I think, one of the most beautiful yet, if I have to say. That is a really weird detail. It's such a weird detail. Like, do you keep it? You have to keep it, right? Do you dig up the old burial ground to put a cemetery in the middle of all this? How would it fit? Oh, you meant for us to do that. You meant for us to do that. To fill it up with dead bodies and trash. Just get rid of the old burial ground. Where's garbage? Over here. Just clear all that out. Here we go. Upgrade. What do we think? That's a cucumber bridge. Is it still cute? Okay, so that aside, how's our map edges? It's like crazy enough and hilly enough everywhere that you could very easily justify the edge of your map. That's cool. Is that, oh my god. Imagine doing that manually without tools. That's the funny thing about this. Like, you can build it with mods, you just can't. Just can't use the mods to play it on Remastered. That's a very nice interchange. That's beautiful. So this is a very cool map. Like, I'm not going to throw it in the must build. I don't even know that it belongs in strong contender because I think it's so niche. But it's very cool. Like I could see like somebody like Adia getting very excited about this map. So that one is for me. Let's load the next one. For me, that's not like, that was Karstlands. Milestone Valley loading next. So that one is a great map, but again, very, very unique. The kind of build that you would do there, I think, is not what I would do. But I would probably love to see somebody who has a smaller build in mind do that. Your mileage may vary, and honestly, it's a strong contender, and I would even, once I finish these, I will consider that one. Okay, we're on a roll with Frame. Shout out the answers if you know it, anybody. That's a very, I'm sure it's iconic to someone that knows the movie. It's very non-specific to me. This guy's being watched, but who is this guy? Is that Clooney? I think that's Clooney. Is that a younger Clooney? That's a Clooney. I have no idea what this would be. If anybody's got a Clooney guess, by all means throw it out. If not, don't worry about it. We should be back in the map any second. Clooney as like getting spied on. Hung with the out of sight guess, but it was the American. So there you go. Next one. Haha. It's one or two. I'm gonna go with one. Then it is Inside Out 2, which I haven't seen yet. What? Am I thinking about the wrong name? Oh, I said it guessed Insidious. Incomplete. It guessed I clicked the wrong thing. I was like, what? But no, it thought I guessed Insidious. I knew it was Inside Out. How is this not more evocative of what movie it is than this? Like, certainly all of the emotions together you would recognize over Bing Bong. Bing Bong is a great character. Cried my eyes out over Bing Bong. And if you didn't, I'm sorry you don't have a soul. Did we vote Milestone Valley in yet? No, we didn't, because we didn't see it yet, because it's back here hiding behind my nonsense. Areas, buy them all. Look at the crop circles everywhere. This is a great one. How great is it, though? Let's look at the edges. Actually, let's look at resources. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's horribly, 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 horribly unfortunate. Look at that. What? Okay, forget resources for a minute. What does that say to you? That says farming to you. That says farming to you. Does it not? Am I the only one that sees that and thinks farming? Big, huge, open, flat fields arranged into squares. And what do you get? You get a bunch of ore and oil. Done. 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 That's a slap in the face. That's a milestone. Wow, I'm thrown by that. Like, and that's like, there is a difference to making a beautiful city in the background of a cinematic to making something that you are selling people to play and selling them a big flat farmland arranged into squares that is actually oil and ore fields. Doesn't make any sense. So it is with great pleasure that I award Milestone Valley the bottom slot on our tier. May God have mercy on your soul. We're all dumber for having seen that map. At no point during our review of that map did we see anything that would resemble a logical design choice. Award you no points. May God have mercy on your soul. That is such a strange choice because like all I think about when I look at that, like it screams farmland. And we saw some of the other maps earlier that were like, okay, there's some oil and some ore mixed in there, but there's still plenty of farm tiles. You could build an industry, put your animals on the crops on the farmland. You could put your processors elsewhere. Like you could work with it. But that was just like, no, you will not farm on this map. You will import all farming goods. There is no farming for you. Take the flattest land you've ever seen and mine some ore out of it. That was too moody. That was sending me further down a rage spiral. Okay, we're there. We're in the home stretch, everybody. Look at how close we are. We're there. We made it. We're choosing a new map. Okay, it's so unfortunate that you can't see the other side of the tunnel, especially for one that is that close. I guess you could, like, I wonder how accurate the traffic traveling through it is. Like how fast it comes through. Or if it looks like there's like a lag pop or a teleport. So trees and inclines help a ton. I like the edge of the map. As long as we don't build up here, probably. But then what's left to build on? It's so much infrastructure for so little clearing. And like these roundabouts and this highway over here. I'm honestly baffled by all the highways in the wilderness. This is like, and you can see like what a different design decision this is. I commented like the early maps are kind of like this spaghetti highways connecting to each other just off map, but then of course to the edge of the map. And I feel like this is just, We just loaded this map and there's some kind of like water cavitation happening here. Do you see that? The round? Is that a terrain issue? Wow, they don't show you terrain height very well. Like, why do they not pull up that tool when you're doing terrain? Like, how come I can't see the slopes? It's so weird. Okay. So I'm okay with where it cuts off. That's fine. There's a lot of wasted space on this mountain over here. It's so woody and dense that like the edges of the map, even where they're busy, are fine, but like I'm struggling to see like where the city is. And I just want to build like one tiny little town right here and call it a day, but then wonder where on earth did all this infrastructure come from? So like, as beautiful of a landscape as it is, I can't even think that it's an appropriate fit for a smaller build. I can't see a big city on it. I mean, I hate to do it, but I might be chucking 2 in a row on the bottom of the stack. That was, wait a minute, did we not? So that was the one that was just a no. And then honestly, like, I think I'm kind of feeling the same with that last one, because it's like, it's not a thing that 81 tiles fixes. It's either a very particular use case. I'll give it a very particular use case. I'm not going to throw that kind of shade of 2 in a row from the same map pack being waste tiers. It's not an 81 tiles fix. Like, somebody might do a small build there, but I think it would be a really small build. I think that's something that I should explore as a smaller build, because it'll be creative. It won't take that long, and we can look at a bunch of the DLCs that I wouldn't otherwise use. Some of those packs. Just a couple left. Orca Sound, Promise Island, Red Cliff Reservoir looks very different, and Tranquility Cove. How's everybody holding up? I know it is late. We're gonna get there. Probably before 2 if I don't dick around. That's a big if. I'm pretty sure Apple fell asleep a while ago, because I don't even remember her coming through with the dog during the stream. Which is odd. I'm gonna have to... Wait, did she come through? Dang it, I don't remember if she came through or not. If the dog, I'll ask the dog, and if she wakes up from her sleep, then I will take her back out. Okay, this is, again, hectic. You can see the difference between the 3 map packs. Like, terrain is one thing. I think, like, a lot of the people design similar terrain, but the infrastructure is very different map to map. Is creator to creator, I should say. So this one, at least, like, these bends make sense in the terrain. Like, you're coming away from the coast, you're going up the hill, and you have to use it at a somewhat conservative angle. And then when you get close to this ridge on the mountain, then yeah, you turn that way, work your way up. Like, these switchbacks make sense for the terrain. So there is that, but there's so much infrastructure. It's an odd choice in such a, what otherwise I would think is a very mountainous. I used this song for one of my PlayStation build, I think. It's very familiar to me. So, like, I don't know. I see a smaller build here. there's only so much room on this coast. There's only so much room between the edge of the water and the mountain. And I don't see a giant city here, but I see giant city infrastructure. Like there's so much highway running everywhere. For what? You know, I don't see it. Maybe it is very high dense on the coast here with ports, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not getting. I don't know. I'm okay. I didn't want to do 2 in a row, but maybe I have to do 2 out of 3. The intersections are. I love Teddy's builds too, but like I'm not jiving on the maps. That was Orca Sound. That was Orca Sound, right? Yeah. Don't watch this, Teddy. Because I think Teddy does some of the most beautiful builds out of all the creators I've ever seen. And the intersections are great for the community. And it's a beautiful map, right? But I don't know. Does 81 tiles fix it? I don't think so. I'm just not seeing it. Like, is it? I'm not gonna yuck the yum. It's a beautiful map, and it's not offending me with tiles or choices as much as it is. It's just like it's the wrong balance of small build to too much infrastructure for me. Too many, yeah, right, Kong? Like too many intersections for the amount of buildable space. Okay. While it's frozen, means we have at least a minute. A random framed again. That looks really familiar. That looks really, really familiar. I thought Pet Cemetery for a second, but what is this as endorsed by Arthur Conan Doyle? Contact the Spirit World Seance. Do you think? This is very familiar to me. I don't know. Is it a Harry Potter? Was he in Frankenstein? This is so familiar. Not Harry Potter, okay. Adia might know. Lady in the Window? Kong says Frankenstein. I did not know that. My God, why am I blanking? I'm not looking at chat. I am not looking at chat. Daniel Radcliffe. Okay. Whoo! My brain. I was like, I'm blanking on Harry Potter's name. I'll do it. We can do it. The woman in black. The lady in the window. What was it? Okay. Join the Discord. Memes posted. So close. So close, Adia. Okay. AC still up. Harry Pitter. That's a knockoff you got up there. That's a Canadian knockoff. Picked it out from a kid in front of Timmy's. Okay, where is our tiles? This is another interesting one. This has kind of a... This has another Meander feel where I feel like just from up here, I'm unlocking the most important parts of the peninsula. So what do we not get over here? I don't mind not building over there at all. This is great. Great. As long as this is relatively... What's with the humps in the middle? That's twice now. Is that to make room for boats? And it's it must be. It's an intentional design choice that I've just not paid attention to. Is this single lane off ramp the whole way? That's wild. That is wild. That is single lane off ramp. So as to not use a highway piece. You don't want to give people the two-way highway piece for free that comes with mass transit. No, make the creator run two parallel pieces of highway segment. That is insane. That's kind of crazy that this is, I mean, it's a, you know, a parallel road tool, but like it's still crazy to think like that is the option instead of giving people a two-lane highway road for free. So that is this is all one-lane highway. There's just like, you get behind somebody going slow back here, too bad. Go F yourself. You are stuck behind them for ever. Just behind that slow grandma. Is this the entire infrastructure is one lane? Maybe. Okay, so again, best case, we relegate this to a very small build, which on an island like this is probably appropriate. But how does everyone feel? I know how I feel about having to revamp the entire island's infrastructure from scratch. Considering everything that's gotten better about the maps, and we see this better infrastructure choice, That's mind-boggling in my mind. I mean, it's infrastructure. You could recreate it, right? He's already got one down there. I feel bad. You got to rebuild the infrastructure. You have to rebuild the infrastructure to even think about playing that one. I can't imagine leveling up the game without cheats. Like, you're not playing the game on that map. You're doing a creative build, but you're not playing the game on that map. You're not reaching meaningful milestones on that map. Certainly not with that infrastructure. Okay, we're halfway on the load. Quick, framed. Come on, nail this. Nail this, everybody. Otherwise, we'll make another meme. Seriously, though, guesses are welcome. They just may be mocked. I don't know. This looks like the street in Back to the Future. Definitely not Back to the Future. Ben Stein as Dr. Newman. The Masks We Wear. The Mask? Is it The Mask? He has a book called The Masks We Wear. Nice job. Nice job, AC. The Masks We Wear is the name of the book, by the way. I probably would have guessed it at that stage. And I'm pretty sure I might have nailed it there. Okay, we were loading into Red Cliff Reservoir, which aesthetically is a very different map. But does that mean it's been painted with oil? We're gonna find out in a second. Let's dive right in and take a look at the resource panel. So there's some obvious farmland there and lots of ore and oil. I find ore and oil ridiculous without the cheats on, without the unlimited, because they're just like you're building this giant oil rig and infrastructure, and it runs out in like 20 minutes, and then you have to move it or abandon it. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Just let it be a game and let it be fun. And I don't know. It's one thing to just have to hit the resource, but like to build a giant oil rig to then like, it's just gone so quick in game. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so where is the actual farming? Do you see where the farming is, everybody? Everybody see where the farming is? Noticing a pattern here? It can be okay. Maybe in a way, like, hey, you shouldn't be farming out here. It's a brutally realistic map. Except, like, you could become the oil baron of all time and just line the entire map with ore and oil production. I'm mildly just like I'm just disappointed in it at that point. Because you know what it is? You know what it is? You know what disappoints me most about all of this is not using ore and oil to paint for this effect. It's teasing us by putting the fertile land at the bottom of the water. And I think I know what I have to do. I'm so sorry. But I'm from an unmodded 25 tile perspective, I am baffled, absolutely baffled at some of these choices as someone who plays the actual game. I play the game as it is because that is the cards that we were dealt with. And I don't care to cheat, and I don't care to use unlimited money, and I can't repaint resources, and I can't play the game on that map. Unless I want to build some sort of oil and ore monstrosity. And then if I wanted to do something like that, then we absolutely could. That would be an excellent choice for that. Last map? Holy cow. Okay. Tranquility Cove. Where do we land with that? And can we get one more framed in? What is this? They aren't for vanilla players. Absolutely. Yeah. Is it Tarzan? Did you know this right away? Nice. Wow. You knew that on the first frame. Good job. Maybe. Definitely. How could you not? Just give up. Okay, we get time for two then. Valiant and Valiant crack nephew kidnapping. Los Angeles Chronicle. Is it Is it LA Confidential? Nope. Oh! Wait a minute. I think I know this. I'm pretty sure I know this. Does anyone else? Does anyone else have a guess here? Because I'm pretty sure I know it. Yup. Nexus is with me. Who framed? That's Bob Hoskins right there. And is that Chris? No, Christopher Lloyd's in black. Well, that's that almost seems like a gimme as well. That's the giveaway, not the title character? Okay. All right, last map. Beautiful start. Over-engineered. This is the starting tile. So like you've got gravel roads and grids next to a train track. So I guess you would put your industry over here? But no, where does your housing go on this tile? Let me ask you that. Where are you moving people into playing this game? Let's think about this for a minute. So over here, you've got highway. Probably not good to put them near the highway. We want to move them a little bit from the highway. You probably also don't want to have them near the train tracks. So let's not really build over here. Maybe over here is a good idea, but this is also right next to the highway. Not back here, this is highway. Not back here, this is highway. Highway. Also highway. And train tracks and highway. You could build between the train tracks and this access road. So I guess this is your I guess this is your residential pocket next to this old abandoned factory. Right? I mean, like, that's your best option, is it not? You could, like, delete these train tracks altogether. Drain the river and build there. It would make a lot of sense. Turn that into a lake. I've been very quick to jump in and buy the 25 tiles, but I feel like this is the most egregious and instantly noticeable poor choice of a starting tile. Like, because imagine, that's the thing, like AC said, it's like, it's not for vanilla players, and it's very true. Like, this is not designed for people who are playing the game. Which I think is an odd thing to sell people on. Like, I honestly think the intersections are worth it. Like, I don't mind, even though they're wonky as all heck. Like, once you know how to tweak them a little bit, they're great ways to save a bunch of time in a really frustrating build process, even if you only use parts of them. Like, the highways are great, the map looks beautiful. The design choices, especially for playing the game, are particularly baffling. So what do we have? This is great because that's fine. There's this little road. What is this one little road out here? It's another highway. It's another single lane. How does that work? How can you turn right here? Was this going this way all along? Change direction. So it's going out that way to begin with. So the road is going out that way. You would never, ever, ever come down to this loop. This loop exists for no reason other than decoration. So that road comes all the way out here. And you can see, like, there's no way to go down that road. It just exists for decoration. So, like, this then acts as like imagine, like, what are you building for an exit off of here? Like, you kind of have to rebuild all this infrastructure again, I think. And like, the starting tile is rough. It's rough. And I hadn't factored it into the decision process yet. But like, one of those things is like actually playing the game. And I think that I think this is by far the weakest of the map packs. I still recommend it for the intersections. The intersections are great. That, like, I used the word egregious before. I think that's the perfect word for that starting tile. There's just like there's nothing you can do. Like, what is the point of all that infrastructure if you're going to ignore it? Because, like, where do you move houses into? Next to the highway, next to the trains, next to the other highway, next to the other trains, next to the abandoned factory. Like, that's the starting square. If you want people to actually play the game and not unlock all tiles and start painting a city, then you've failed them with something that they potentially paid for. And I know some will see it as overreacting, but on behalf of the console community and the community that plays the game for the sake of the game, even without mods, I think that's a really tough map pack. I would caveat as saying I recommend that intersection pack. So, okay, there's a strong one and a must play. Okay, you know what, Canadian Gaming, thank you for clarifying that because that's a good point. What is the breakdown of this? I can do it on a separate spreadsheet, but like, let's talk about where things landed because that is an excellent point. I'm throwing so much weight on the bad stuff that I'm forgetting the good stuff, like the intersections, like Expedition Harbor, which was beautiful. They're all beautiful. And Caldera County, which looked really compelling to build on. So you're right. Like, there's a couple really good maps, some that I think are absolutely questionable. But the combination of those. Oh, sorry. The combination of those. I got two musics playing because this is running in the background. So yeah, so I think it's a couple things. Couple decision for the next play and live streams. Yeah. So okay, let's talk through real quick. So where did everything land? In our top tier. Well, let's start at the bottom. In the bottom tier, the things that just felt like kind of a waste of time were 2 of the default maps, 2 of the natural disasters, 2 of the park life. There's 3 total natural disasters. There's 5 park life, 5 industries. There's 1 of them on there. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of muddying the facts here. So 2 park lives, an industries, a hotel, and 3 from the last map pack, which was disappointing. They were just like really frustrating. Milestone Valley being the one that was painted with oil and ore everywhere. That was just like the sole offense that required no further consideration. Playing with 81 tiles will probably fix it is the next category. And they're okay maps maybe, but they're like frustratingly broken just off the edge of the 25 tiles. And like I wouldn't recommend playing them because they just look so stupid or are so broken just off the edge of the map where you can fix it. We've got some base game maps. We've got a snowfall map, another mass transit map, and the third of the natural disasters map, 2 in the bottom tier and 1 in the next slowest. That's rough. Hanami Bay from campus, 3 from airports. So the 3 that are airports, I thought there's no point playing with 81 tiles. Don't bother on remastered. We have maps from the first, second map pack, as well as plazas and promenades and financial districts. Plazas and promenades just kind of mid and fixed with 81 tiles. They were still very much in that mode of not considering the player on on a 9 tile or a 25 tile build. The your mileage may vary is a very random category, but I feel slotted in to a particular build idea or something that just doesn't give as much creative freedom in these maps. It's not necessarily a bad thing or a slight against it, otherwise it would be lower on the list. But here there's a lot of stuff spread out sort of in this category. It's not like something I gotta build on or seriously want to consider. But if I go through 20 other builds, I'll definitely still want to build on these. But there's maps from the base game, from Snowfall, Mass Transit, Green Cities, Park Life, Industries, Campus, Sunset Harbor. Map Pack 1 is very much in this category. Map Pack 1's really cool, really beautiful, but it depends on what you want to build. And there's a lot of variation there, but definitely is very dependent on what you want to build on it, whether it'll work or not. There's a bunch of financial districts there as well, which I don't remember liking as much. And again, it's not to say that I don't like them, just like they have very particular use cases. Hotels and retreats, places too there, as well as a bunch that I landed in Map Pack 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your mileage may vary. People may love some of those maps, but they're just very constrictive, I think, in terms of creative freedom. If again you're and it's vanilla players unmodded on 25 tiles. Like if you're actually playing the game, which I think I mean, I know that I am, and I think some people that follow me are, because like it's what I do in my Let's Plays. Like, we don't cheat, we don't use unlimited, we don't use mods. We play the game and we stretch it as best we can. And those maps were definitely not made with us in mind. But they're beautiful enough that I think you could still do something with them, which is why they're in that mid-tier. Okay, so strong contenders. These are all things that I would definitely come back to once we're done with all the builds in the top tier. But we've got base game maps like Blackwoods and Green Plains. Green Plains was my Plainville map. So coming back to that on 25 tiles is very much a possibility. Shady Strands and Two Rivers round out the base game maps. There's 2 from Snowfall. Snowy Coast, which I built on previously, and Icy Islands, which looked really interesting. Seven Lakes also. What a beautiful, beautiful map. I think this is on the fence. Like, it's almost something that I would throw in the, you know, your mileage may vary because it's built for one certain thing. But it's also so beautiful and compelling enough that I almost want to throw it in the top tier of the recommend. You know, like you must build here. How can you not? But it's not for everybody necessarily. As a New Englander, this is very much resonating with me and is very high on my list. Lavender Lake was my Roseland map. This thing's beautiful. We've got a couple from Industries, a couple from Campus. There is Sunset Harbor and Map Pack 1, 2, and 3 snuck in there with Expedition Harbor. And then Weaving Waters was that one that I forgot about, but would love to build up a city on either side of that river. And then where do we land for the top tier after all this analysis? Well, River Run from the base game is the only map that slipped in here. So I'm very intrigued to look at that. I've built on Hanu before, but not a 25 tile build. Same thing with Wood Garden. Crater Falls was Greenwood. Swamplands was Swampscott. None of those have seen 25 tile builds. Those might all be fun to revisit. Winding River was Meander. Oracle we added tonight. And then Maze Valley and Caldera were both surprises for me. The last 2 packs that had maps. I was going to say last 2 packs, but they've done other things with assets and buildings, just not with maps. And Maze Valley, I think, was kind of shocking for a lot of us. Like, it was a really cool looking map. Very different. Carved through that valley and the river. And then Caldera County was also like a very nice, almost like a ravine in a bowl of a big crater. Really cool looking map, and that was a no-brainer to put up here at the top tier as well. So knowing all that, do you have a favorite, or at least considering the ones that I have high on my list where you would want to see a build next? Do you want to see a repeat of a build in a remastered sense? Is there something that really jumped out at you? Something that's better for a Let's Play versus something you'd want to see in a live stream? Live streams are definitely top my priority list, but Maze Valley, you like that one? I think that was a big hit. Everyone seemed to come alive in chat when that one was up there. Intrigued by Maze? Yeah. Caldera was cool. Oracle, I've seen. I just gotta go see River Run one more time because it's been hiding there for so long. Or maybe like it wasn't interesting to me on 9 tiles. Kind of have an idea in my head how to build on Maze, but I want to see what you do with it. Yeah. So what is the River Run? Okay. Base game map, hiding here all along, and it uncovered some kind of secret when looked at with 25 tiles. And now I have to go see what it is. I remember just being struck by this one. And I don't think I was the only one. I think other people saw it in chat. So let's take one more look at this one, because this one's high up on the list again because I haven't built on it yet. For ones I haven't built on yet, can we reorganize? We can. So the first 4 essentially are kind of what I'm picking from. Because I've done everything else before. Like this is a more recent build on 25 tiles, Winding River. And then the others I built on. And again, I would happily return to those, do another 25 tile version of them with much improved focus. But for me, it's kind of like, it's these 4 that I'm considering the strongest. Man, okay, one more framed while we wait. George Michael, Heal the Pain. Handwritten Jukebox. Patsy Cline. What is this? Is it, is it Love Actually? Is that, they don't have that in the system? You don't have a frame for Love Actually? Is that Emma Thompson? Who's that? Is that Michelle? What's her name? What is this? And why does she look familiar too? Is that Daenerys? Is that Miley Cyrus? Isn't that Daenerys? Isn't that Emilia Clarke? I can't think of her name. Michelle Wu? Is that not Emma Watson? Is that not Michelle Wu? Is that not... Am I mixing her up? Oh my god, am I confusing the name with the Mayor of Boston? What the hell? Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Crouching Tiger, James Bond. Okay, sorry. Last Christmas. GG. Thank you, Kanga. Okay. And Emilia Clarke, right? Is that not... That's Emilia Clarke? I'm staring at the chat. Okay, yeah, that's her. Okay. Okay, that's our Khaleesi. Okay, so that's where things are at. I will save this. And I think I can share it so you can do your own if you're at all interested. How do I do that? Wait a second, hold on. Save or download? Download image. There we go. Okay, that's going to the Discord in the cities room, I guess. How readable is that? Is it a good... It's not a bad image. Okay. I'm glad I did the thumbnails like that because it would have been way tougher to read. Or just like not even having the names on the thumbnails. That would be brutal. That would be awful. Okay, so in the background, what do we got? This was this is the base game one, which is what I'm thinking. But let's see how it is a day later, because like sometimes when you come back to things a day later, you know, the track doesn't sound as good as when you put it down. Let's see how we feel about this. The intersections are comical. If we come look, one of my most important critiques is the edge of the map. Do we feel like we're being ripped off from area we want to build on, from things that we need to fix just off map? These highways look smooth and head off into the distance. And I love the tree cover here. I don't feel like I should be building up in the mountains. That side is totally great. That train track off into the woods is fantastic, as is the highway. The trees do so much heavy lifting. They do so much. There's lumpy highway up there. Sure. I see the lumpy highway. In fact, there's lumpy highway over here, but we're going to fix it. But that's far enough off the map, like, and it blends in well. So infrastructure wise, we're gonna do a lot to repair the slope and the actual interchanges themselves. But that whole side of the map is great, right? That goes into the woods, no big deal. Again, let's back up a little bit. You'd probably maybe look to flatten a little plateau, that little farmland there. You probably won't build up into the mountains behind it. And same thing here, like, there's no point in building up into the mountains there. Where is our wall here? Again, like, this is some negative territory probably, where we won't even cross that side of the mountain at all. So maybe flatten a little bit here and build out, but not beyond that ridge line. Same thing here. We won't go up too far up there, but there's plenty of room to build here. And looking from, let's say, the corner over here, kind of gives you a good idea of the space that we're talking about. Like, I think we could build a really cool town there. We're gonna have to do, again, a lot of rethinking what's happening here, because that is just like that. Look at that base game experience. Remember what we saw in Hotels and Retreats that was not content creator, but developed by CO internally, and the quality of those highways and interchanges. I joked that they learned how to do interchanges for the very last DLC, but like, look at that. That was highways when the game came out. I published the unfilled out one in Discord somewhere. Okay. Can we get a launch ramp there? Launch off the ramp? I mean, can we get up that? We're gonna hurt ourselves. We are gonna hurt ourselves. I keep hitting right trigger every time to gas. It's so unfortunate that it is not the control. Okay, don't steer, just gas. No! Okay, take two. We'll get on the straight and narrow. We won't go so far back. It's so finicky. It makes me look like a bad driver, but honestly, it's some of the worst physics you could possibly imagine. Okay, here we go. Ready? Whoa, okay. Oh, we almost made it. Did we make it? We made it to the other highway. Hold on a second. Where did we just take off from? We took off from the bridge. Where the hell are we? Oh my God. What happened there? So we launched here as a car, a tiny little car. It seems a lot closer when you're zoomed way out. But as a little car, we just launched over this highway. That's insane. That's insanely dangerous design. Both for the highway and the donut truck. How is the donut truck able to maintain that kind of lift? That is crazy. That is insane. So this is very high up. This is very high up on my list. I'm liking this one a lot. Maybe we'll Maybe there'll be one more debate and voting round, multi-tiered voting round for the top tier selection. We may have to do that. That was an edge of map fog to edge of map fog cut. There we go. There's a Plain Jane OG intersection. There's a couple builds that I want to do, and one of them requires an awful lot of space. And I feel like this has quite a bit of it. But I want to build one that incorporates as many ideas, even as small as they might be, incorporate something from each one of the cities. And I get 15 Let's Plays to try and incorporate. It's nasty. They can't all get their own giant district that's themed. It might be a street name. It might be a factory. Wood garden may be represented by a single forestry industry. There's a lot of things that it could be. Hello, Foggle pal. Indeed. Okay, it is insanely late for me. It's insanely late for you too. It's even getting late for Kanga on the West Coast. So I wish you all a fantastic evening. Thank you for being here through this nonsense. 92 loads in 2 streams, like 9 hours. It's crazy. I gotta go try and sneak the dog out, get to bed by 3. I don't even think that's gonna happen. This is crazy. What are we doing? Okay, well, you know what we're doing? We found a great map. Maybe we sold some DLC. I don't even have an affiliate code. It's not like I'm in on this. So let's call it a night. Edge of Map Fog agrees. I appreciate you all. And let's call that the awkward outro. I mean, I could keep rolling with awkward outros if the fog's going to keep rolling in. That's the thing. That's the thing we can do. But we can also just say goodnight, because it's ridiculous at this point, and I'm tired. I'm faded. I faded fast, I think, when we loaded up the last map. Think about the lists. Think about your lists. Let's debate what would be fun in a live build, and maybe a let's play too. But the live build first, I think. I get nothing. I was cooking up something, and then my brain said, no, don't bother. It's time. It's time to hit the button. Okay, Edge of Map Fog decides when the stream ends. I wish you all a good evening. The next time we see Edge of Map Fog, that's it. It's over. Will it be now? Nope. Nope. Could be now, though. Any second. It's hazy over here. And that's a hairy cliff to be driving next to there, but it's not Edge of Map Fog. Because Edge of Map Fog would have ended the stream, and you'd know. Good night, everybody. Is what I'd be saying if this was Edge of Map Fog. But it isn't.